Plunk. All right, everybody. Good morning. I am still sleepy. So I had the chicken and dumplings, and I made this multiple times. Basically doing it as the stew, doing it all in the crock pot, and using a hack just to quick dumplings. You take like buttermilk biscuits, like the Pillsbury ones. You just tear them into quarters and dump them in. Easy way to make dumplings, and it tastes really good. I apparently ate too much yesterday and didn't feel too good afterwards. Like we're talking, I felt like I could get physically sick. And at one point, I actually overheated. Like I felt feverish, that kind of like heat. So I ended up going to bed super early. I woke up at around 10:30 and was up for a couple hours after that. But yeah, it was not a good time last night. So I want to try avoid eating the leftovers today and just try to find something lighter. And same for lunch, find something a little bit lighter. As it was for breakfast, I had just a handful of almonds, about maybe 1 to 2 handfuls, and then my yogurt. So not a lot. So if I do need to go get something to eat, I will before lunch. But as of right now, I'm just trying to keep that on a little bit of the light side, and that's okay. That's a-okay. So, what did maintenance say? Because if you guys remember, I said that I was on late because maintenance was to come up to check the appliances and stuff like that. They do this inspection every year. They didn't come up. I ended stream and I looked at my brother who was watching TV in the living room so he could hear the door if they knocked. And he was just like, "Yeah, I didn't hear anything unless they knocked while I was in the bathroom." I was like, "Well, this kind of inspection, what they do is like, we don't have to be home for that. They will knock out of courtesy, of course, to see if anybody is home, but they'll come in and leave a note saying that they had entered the apartment. I don't know if they'll actually tell you what they looked at. They probably do, but they have to let you know that they entered the apartment. And that was pretty much it. In turn, we can also, if we're not going to be home, leave note for them and say, hey, and this, and the other thing isn't working, or it's having trouble, or something. So there is communication that can be done. So I was like, okay, yeah, if you didn't hear a knock, that means they didn't come up. But I had this gut instinct to check the door. And I opened the door and a piece of paper fell out. Yeah, now they're coming Friday. I find that super annoying, but also a little strange because the previous paper that told us that they were coming yesterday was in the door on Monday when Forrest came home from work. So I don't know how long it had been sitting there because we hadn't left yet because I myself hadn't left until we went grocery shopping. And it must not have been there obviously when Forrest went to work. So somewhere in between that time. What like that is such a drastic jump going like, oh yeah, we're coming in tomorrow to, well, now it's not until Friday. The only thing I can think of is that the property manager wanted to be here for that or something, because typically it's the property manager that does it. It's maintenance and property manager. There was 1 year downstairs, we just had the property manager because maintenance was on vacation. So I don't know, but I am kind of annoyed by it. So what does that mean for Friday? Well, we'll see. I'll either do the exact same thing I did yesterday, which was come on at 11 o'clock. If I haven't seen them, I'll just have my brother just nudge me when they come in so I can make sure that's like, hey, these things need to be really looked at and whatnot. Or I'll just take the L and just take Friday off and do some like artwork for the channel and, still be working in some capacity, just not on stream. Because I do have some stuff I do need to go over digitally and I just haven't done it. Bong.
From all walks of life. Wouldn't you agree?
Right, we have that. I don't know how much of that is out. And I caught a glimpse of it yesterday when Forrest was doing it. And yeah, I remember that event, and I wasn't too fond of it. Get away from that. Thank you. All right, let's go quickly do my artifact route. No, we can do Fontaine. We don't have to go into Natland. Yeah, so we're just gonna do just a little bit of chilling on Genshin. Not quite sure what there is that we can really do. I'll have to double check what I can spend resin on for the main. Outside of ley lines. It should be prominently ley lines for the main. I feel like I didn't get enough of the those ores. I got them all right. Yeah, I did. Hey, honey, how you doing? HSR has a bit to do. Yeah, HSR will probably chill a little bit longer on. Uh, basically, so I can get the drops from Twitch. So we can do stuff in HSR. I know Anomaly should have updated, so we could probably take a peek at that. Oh. Well, I guess I could go into Divergent Universe. I already did the reset, so I don't think I'll get anything new. Or will I? Well, we can take a peek. We can take a peek at what that is. But yeah, the main just has your typical maintenance that I need to do on it. As for the free-to-play account, I don't think there's going to be much fixing I can do until Klee hits C1. Because I need to see where we're at with that. God damn. My voice just does not want to hold. There are new levels. Okay. So yeah, there's not much in the way of being able to fix the free-to-play account until I can see what C1 does for Klee. The only thing I can think of... Whoop. I somehow forgot you were Fontaine and would do that. So I think we're still going to be grabbing stuff for Yehoda. Just so we can get her to 80. And then we'll worry about getting her and Aino up to 90 at some point. And then in terms of artifacts, I don't know. Wait. No, I need sack fragments for the F2P account. So we'll do that first, and then whatever might be left over, we'll give to Yehoda. But yeah, not too much going on right now.
Silence!
A little emotion.
I wonder if there's something weird about this spot now. So lately, every time I kill that Fatui officer, there's a weird delay when I go back to Nouvelette to do his charge. I'll hold down the button, but he doesn't do anything. It's so weird. Not much to really report in either. As I mentioned, me overeating on the chicken and dumplings last night, I didn't feel super awesome, but I feel all right now. Just a little bit tired just because my sleep got broken up, which, you know, I'm not going to force myself to sleep if I'm wide awake. You know what I mean? you know what? I do want to actually bring up stuff. So you guys know I like watching videos of like fixing up the Genshin accounts and stuff like that. I would say it's a guilty pleasure. Only for the fact that sometimes the accounts are really, you have to wonder how they ended up in the condition they are to need fixing, especially if you're getting outside help to fix it. And there's a handful I had watched where this person's account had Arlecchino and Nuvi, the two characters that I basically main, right? I love them and whatnot. They were sitting at level 20 and told the person that who was fixing the account that they didn't like either of the characters. So basically they were pulling on the banners for, they had to have been pulling on the banners for a 4-star. They had to have been in order to get them on their accounts. I seriously have to question, one, who were you pulling for on the 4-star, on the 4-star front, and why you didn't, what? And why you just didn't pick the other characters. So if this was, we'll benefit of the doubt and say it was, you know, the recent runs of Arlecchino and Nuvolette. All right, sure, I could kind of understand not wanting to pull on, was it Zhongli? I think it was Zhongli. And Arlecchino. So like maybe you didn't want Zhongli, but at the same time it's like Zhongli would have at least given you a shield. Like he would have been support at the very least. And then Nuvi just ran with Zibai, and it's like Zibai would have been way better and a lot easier probably, because all you need is at least Sing Cho, and then you can use Zibai absolutely no problem. So I do have to question that aspect.
Deuce on the loose.
And it could have just been like, oh, they're at like no pity kind of thing. They could have been at 0 pity. Yeah, I knew that was gonna happen. Uh-oh, can I leave the gates? Thank you. Could have been early pity or something like that. Like, oh, I'm in no risk of getting something. I'm gonna get Iluga or something like that. But you have two fairly decent, albeit old, but two decent DPSs that you're not touching. It's kind of strange on that one. But again, it's to each their own. Okay? To each their own. But it was like, okay, I'm going to have to farm artifacts. Most of these people's videos, this is the same person fixing up multiple accounts, all right? It comes down to farming artifacts. And I just have to question, like, if that's a big part of playing the game. It's one thing if you're really unsure if something is decent or not. Because I get it. Sometimes it's overwhelming. But also, you don't need to do all the min-maxing math. The game tells you by highlighting the stat what's good. And you can actually bring up that little drop down that'll tell you what people have used for substats and things like that. Is it always accurate? On Genshin, it's actually more accurate than Star Rail. Because when Star Rail shows the recommended, I could go and look up stuff online for like pre-build and stuff like that. Is what I did for Sparksy. And internet said, or website I was looking at, said ER rope, but game said from user data, attack rope. So that's where I would see getting confused. But you know what? You get both. Because you are able to craft things a lot more often in Star Rail. So you can go, okay, I'm going to make one, and oh, look at that, I had the other one. So you test them out and then figure out what works for you. Like for the longest time, I had an Axa on an energy rope because it's what I had. And it's like, yeah, people are saying that on the internet that they wanted an Axa with ER. This made sense, especially with him being a Herta support. But when you put him as a main DPS, he wants attack. And he gets his ultimate still fairly frequently.
Bow your head.
So again, I get it. You can be overwhelmed by having to farm the artifacts, like what's a good set. And again, the game does tell you what people have used on these characters. And just use it as a baseline. That's all you really need to do. So I don't understand why you're not playing the game. You wonder why your account's in trouble? You're not playing the game. Gotta fix a door, have fun? Okie dokie. So it just baffles me because it is a basic part of playing the game of, getting these artifacts to, level up the characters effectively, to get them to function. Oop. How'd you climb on that, newbie? Shoopy doopy doo. This is the other one I had to think about while watching those fixing videos. And this is more of the person fixing it, not necessarily the owner of the account. Because again, this would actually take a let me see if this person is holding on to these for X reason, or they just don't want to, want the specific item or whatever. They were building like a Nefa and Flynn's for this person, which, okay, if you got them roughly around the same time, because, Anefa just reran with Columbina, and then you had, potentially Bina as well, and Flynn's would run not long after. That's a lot of resources and stuff like that. You might not have stuff ready. This person, I think, was a Hu Tao main. It was their favorite character and stuff like that, and they had the Jade Spear on their Hu Tao. Only one Jade Spear, which, I get. My main only has one. So it might have come down to like, well, we don't want to actually cannibalize Hu Tao's equipment because they like Hu Tao, so they might still try to do stuff with her. So we're not going to use the Jade Spear. And I respect that. I actually do respect that. Well, why didn't you craft the Nod Cry Spear for Flynn's? Or even Anefa? Like, why didn't you do this? So I don't remember what. I think it was Flint. So they put on the event weapon, the one that looks like a lantern. That was originally on Anefa, and then it went to Flint's. So they put Anefa on the Dragon's Bane. And EM's not bad for Anefa, don't get me wrong, but at that point, I would think you would want to at least do maybe like a Fav Lance to feed energy to Flynn's. But at the same time, like, granted, it's not. I can't look at the prospector shovel on this account unless I go to the blacksmith because I don't have it. But I don't think it does any energy. It might do a little bit of energy, but obviously it's going to up the damage of electro and lunar charge. So you would think possibly making it for Flynn's would have been a good option. And it's also an attack weapon that you can get for effectively free because you just need the billet. And before anyone says, well, maybe they didn't have the billet, they showed the inventory. They did. They had a couple of the spear billets. I'm not even saying converting it because that takes 2 solvents to do so.
Silence!
Carrot. So it's just an interesting choice not to craft at least one of them for Flynn's or an Effa. It doesn't matter which. Because even I'll say, yeah, it might not be worth crafting a weapon. Because, like, I'm sitting on a handful of billets as well on my main. But I don't necessarily need any of the craftable weapons. Potentially. Like, I probably should make the Nodcry craftable for the catalyst. Just to, play around with, like, Nahida or something. Like, maybe there's, like, something there. There could be. I don't know. I meant to go into character, but this is a good showcasing of that. So, like, these are the billets I have. And yeah, you're damn skippy. I would actually use my billets to do the prospector shovel on an Effa or Flynn's if I didn't have their signatures. So I find it questionable. Like, why? Now, if it was overwhelming to the owner of the account, who was really unsure if any of those weapons would be good, that's where research needs to come in and all that stuff. Now, I will say, Genshin, like, where is it? Oh, no steppies. Training guide? I think it's training guide. Yeah, so you could go into the training guide and get an idea of what to use for weapons on the characters. I was going to say there was nothing like the artifacts where now you can actually see all of them in this screen. You don't have to go to the artifact screen. Now, my question, we'll go to Skirk. We'll use Skirk. We go Finale of the Deep. Okay, so that screen is just going to do that. Okay. So you would probably still probably prefer to go to the artifact screen, just to see the artifacts. And the reason why, and I get it, we go to artifact screen, we'll go to Nuvi. Oops. Hit up, we see the sets up here, which is what we were seeing on that screen, but then you see these here. So you know exactly what you're looking for. The one thing that it doesn't show on Nuvi at all is energy recharge. I would like 1 or 2 pieces to have just a little bit of energy recharge. Because then Fiorina just takes care of the rest. Or whoever the other Hydro is. Or potentially even the Fab user. Which could be Shalonen. You can throw Fab on Shalonen just fine. I just found it absolutely baffling that there was so many options for stuff, but then at the same time, just so many restrictions. Not liking a character's playstyle, absolutely valid. There's also oopsie doodles on characters that you might not have wanted or you regret pulling later. So I can understand those, but to have it happen twice on 2 DPSs is kind of strange. Is a little bit strange, especially 2 that are as strong as Nuvi and Arlecchino. Again, old DPSs, that's fine. They're not as old as Hutao. I will point that out. All right, let me just double check my characters here. You're gonna give me problems with the stick today, aren't you? All right, this was all taken care of except for the Scaramouche bit. Yeah, you need Scaramouche. We can craft these. Probably have to go farm these at some point, but more than enough books to level her burst when I can. Rosaria is all set. And Noelle just needs Dvalin. Really only needs Dvalin. Oh. Okay, she will need some freedom. But we'll have to get that on Friday. So for the most part, it looks like those who I was building are kind of done. They're just gated on stuff when I can get stuff. So yeah, I think we're just gonna go do some ley lines. Inventory. 1.8, 48, yeah. All right, I think we're gonna start with probably Mora. Because we do have artifacts we need to level 2. That's the other thing I gotta remember. So let's go do Mora.
Creatures. They are the
And I guess maybe we'll do them in Mondstadt. Mondstadt Leeway, just so we can try to get some Hilly Trail drops. Alright, let's give my stamina back to Nuvi. Okay, and I have... do I want to use the condense? That's actually a good question. Do I want to use the condensed? I probably should. Why does the charge always run out with one thing left? Because it's so slow to spawn. What in the heck? Thought you were dead. That's why I stopped. I mean, I'll always take more whopper flowers too. I'm not gonna poo-poo the whopper flowers. While we're over here, we'll take a peek for the unusual hilly trail.
bow your head.
Oh, good freaking god. Okay, this is where you would want, like, Kazuha and shit.
Settle down.
They're just so far spread out that on a controller, it's a little bit harder to hit everything. Yeah, let's go take a look for the unusual hilly trail first, since I'm right here. He's not here. Okay.
Bow your head. Let the mighty be humbled.
Seriously? The burst didn't take out the... That's weird. All right, let's actually use the thingamajigs. Whoop. Hello, wolfies. Don't mind me. There it is. Really? I don't know if that's something that PC players can actually hit. I'm assuming not. Uh, it didn't drop anything. At world level 9, you'll get better drop rates. I beg to differ. Yeah, come after me if you want. Are you okay there, Animal Slime? So, Animal Slime went about as high as the Eye of the Storm. And I was able to hit it. But I couldn't hit the Eye of the Storm. I'm confused. Easy fix at least? Welcome back. Glad to hear that.
Silence.
Oh, I missed a drop over here. Oh, mask. Okay. Let's hand those in.
extra abyss. Thank you
There we
for complete.
go. Alright, daily's done. Oh,
Began to tell her story. It was about herself, from a time when business was not doing so well. Just as she was beginning to feel helpless, she happened to find a magic lamp in her warehouse. She began to polish the lamp, and all of a sudden, a puff of red smoke came out. The smoke spoke to her and claimed to be the genie of beauty and kindness. The merchant somehow reminded the genie of her own lovely daughter, so she kindly offered to grant the merchant a wish.
Wanderer near Wolfendom.
okay.
All I can think
Excuse me.
about is Diluc.
Oh my god, the thirst. The thirst is real. Wait, oh, you're at 81. I kept doing math wrong on Nui. I thought he was at 70. You know, he's at 81 crit with Marchesa Hunter. Okay, let's take a look at weapons here. I know I already spent all my resin, but right, okay, we needed the one more fab. Needed to finish the sack on Chi-Chi. Well, that's on Chi-Chi, it's not hers. 3 out of 4? It's 3 out of 4. Oh, good freaking god game. I can ascend the Favonius. Can only probably get it to 50, but... Oh, nope, I can get it to 60 if I craft that. That's fine. Calamity of Eshu I should finish. And then Finale of the Deep I can finish for Lynette at some point. Oh, I can ascend that too. Well, that's as far as I can take it. It's 50. That's fine. That's fine. I don't have any of these. Let me guess, that's today. No, it's Friday. Okay. Something I need to keep in mind, my notebook is in the other room right now, so I'm just trying to go off of memory of what I had written down. I do remember Finale of the Deep for Lynette, because Lynette was the character I had basically starred because she is C6 and I would like to be able to use her in the theater. So swords are looking pretty good. Okay, we had started the... Yeah, let's make sure we get some Fab Lances going. Oh, this Fab Lance I might be able to actually level for the most part. No! Alright. No, that's not the thing I wanted. There we go. Let's go kill the Ruin Guards. I will have to take a look at my enhancement ores too. Thankfully there's not a lot of 5-star weapons I needed.
There you are,
Apparently there was a Fatui over there. Oh yeah, and we'll go look for the unusual hilly trail. Don't fall, newbie. Thank you. Oh, it's this spot. Okay. Wow, I came from a very weird angle. Normally I come from that, like the side over here, and jump down.
Settle down.
That was weird.
The tides beckon.
Not a 4-star artifact, no pulleys. Stand up.
Bow your head. Settle down.
That's the first time in a long time that that thing has not tried to fire missiles at me. So yeah, anyway, let me know what you guys think about like the whole fixing accounts series and trends that have been going on. Oh, well, now we gotta do a pulley. No, we don't, actually. Again, as much as I would... Hello, Chariot. What are you doing here? What the... Oh! Where are you taking me? I've farmed the Ruin Guards fairly recently because of Noelle. And I hadn't seen the chariot pop there. Just gonna go on an adventure, guys. A leisurely adventure. So like, anyway, the reason I was bringing up the videos I had been watching, because again, guilty pleasure in terms of binging it and stuff like that. But I have to wonder, like, at what point is it like really struggling to build the characters to clear content? Because the thing is, you might just not have the characters that are necessary for it because Genshin has now shilled so fucking hard. And that's respectable. Something might not be wrong with your account in terms of the characters you have outside of the shill. So that I could understand, but at what point is it just being lazy and not farming the artifacts, not farming ley line? Like more often than not, like I can't even say not farming ley lines because more often than not, when they show what the account has, they have a an absurd amount of mora. So when you don't know what to spend the resin on, you just get money because everything involves money. So how do you not know like what to actually get, you know? Hi, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Where did you take me, Chariot? Where am I? Never. It oddly took me to a chest. The question is, where is it? Am I a voice actor by any chance? I am not. Let me zoom in. It is, I guess, up here? Oh. I sound like one, thank you.
A treasure buried in time.
Oh, another. Okay. I see eggs. Oh. How'd I miss you?
Adventure, let's light it up! Now that's what I call treasure.
There. Wow. Just in case I need fire again. I see something over here. Nothing I can interact with. Says I'm on top of it, so I'm guessing it's just below me.
Transfixed! Huh?
There we go.
The wrong test subject.
Okay. You're showing this way? Question mark? Oh! It was a precious? Sheesh. Okay, how do I get to it, though? Is there a drop up here? No, this is completely, like, closed off. Oh, there's a window here. Okay. Oh, and a common chest.
Ah, something with which to commemorate this occasion.
A narraty voice? Can't open that. Okay. Wow. What's funny, I used to work at a radio station, and there was one sales rep that actually kept trying to get me to do voiceover for the commercials. Because she was like, oh, your voice is so soothing, which I appreciate. I have very much problems reading out loud. I'm not gonna even sugarcoat that. I've had that problem since I was a kid. But I thank you for the compliment. I appreciate it a lot. I went from farming ruin guards to actually being like, there's treasure over here. Looks like it's in the corner? Oh, no, further out. Okay. You win, map. Okay, map says I'm on top of it to this way? I'm a gamer. I don't need to know how to read. I'm betting it's in here. Oh. Well, la-di-da, I need Geo.
Whoa! What a stroke of good luck!
Where are you sending me now? We fight yet we don't need to read. Well, to be fair, there's instances where we probably should read. Oh, now I need Animo? Okay. Get away from the slime. Is there any other... There's 2 Animo? I'm gonna bet there's a third one. Because there usually is. Maybe not. Flynn's, you have Animo, because you have Sucrose. Oh, it's raining again. Oh, no, there's only the 2. All right. Also, not the one that was on my map.
Lab supplies as often.
Keep going and it's down on the path? Question mark? Oh, wait. And it's back to needing Geo. What current state, game?
Umbrella warfare, I guess.
I'm loving this treasure hunt.
Go for it, Dern.
Watch out!
Umbrella warfare, I guess.
You know, I probably should pick up some core lapis. I think I don't have, like, any, and I'm gonna need it for Chongyun later. Okay, now we got all the treasure. We can go back to killing ruin guards now. That was quite a bit in that area. Like, I wasn't going to farm leeway for a while just because not every chest would give you primo gems. That's why I hadn't touched it for the places that weren't, what, 100% yet? But, hey, I'm not gonna cry about finding that precious chest. Kudos for me for not being observant to notice there was a window. Get up.
Bow your head.
Ow, did you actually get smacked, maybe? So yeah, what I was saying about the account fixing and stuff like that, like at what point is it just laziness not to actually farm something as a core of the game? Like you have to farm artifacts.
Silence.
And to quote somebody who's, from a short series I've been watching on YouTube, you have a magic rectangle in your pocket. There's no way you don't have access to the internet to even do a little bit of a search on a character or their build. So I do have to question it. I'm not saying that there's no way an account doesn't need sprucing up or fixing. My free to play account is absolutely in need of fixing. And that's mostly because of honestly poor choices I made on pulling. I ain't gonna sugarcoat that at all. Because my brain went, I don't want to play the same DPSs over and over again, in comparison to my main, which is this account here. And I pulled on the Chronicle Wish 3 times.
Bow your head.
Twice on the Mondstadt for Klee. And once for Beacon of the Red Sea for originally it was for Eula and Diluc. Thankfully I do have Dea. She ain't C6, but I at least have Dea.
Settle down.
So yeah, my free-to-play choices were poor. And that's why the account needs fixing. Don't get me wrong, it's slowly making progress to being able to do something, but the ceiling for clearing something like the Spiral Abyss is kind of high.
Silence.
Because what it was looking like when I was testing stuff versus my main. And I bring up my main account because the lowest DPS I have for the teams I use is Zabai. My Zabai team is about 88k, I think I saw, DPS. So I went, you know what? They cleared, now granted, it was catered to Zabai, that Abyss. But at 88k, she cleared it absolutely no problem. So I'm like, all right, you know what? Around 80k DPS is probably the sweet spot. It's probably the sweet spot to being able to clear the Spiral Abyss. A little bit higher for the non-shill. My Nuvolette is around 150, 160k. And the team I was running with Arlecchino at the time was about 115. I think it was.
Bow your head.
Can we kill before it gets up? Oh, I almost feel bad for it. So the goal right now on my free-to-play account is to get the primary DPS teams I have to potentially do around 80k. Klee has potential because of the Hexarai. Now, at the moment, I think the highest we got her was like at 50k-ish. And this might have to do with, one, her teammates, and two, she's not C1.
Silence.
Alright, the hunt is done. Yes, I know there's more on the map, but hell if I remember where they are. So, back to Mondstadt. We just don't need to hit Wolvendom for the unusual hilly turtle. So Klee's team is a work in progress. Chaska can hit the 80k threshold if and only if she has Eonson and Bennett with Furina. So she can do it, but it's very circumstantial. Mualani, like... And again, let me know what I'm exactly doing potentially wrong with Mualani. Because Mualani, I feel, is very clunky, and every time I go to use her, and we saw this with me trying to test damage and stuff like that. She is literally just there for vape. So you need specific characters going into that. Durin, unfortunately, was a DPS loss over Zhang Ling, but he was a lot faster and easier to set up than Zhang Ling to do the vapes. So I think the unfortunate thing with Mualani is that I probably need Malvika. And if I have Malvika outside of my main account, because Malvika would be for him, outside of that, like, I would use her as a main DPS. So I just find it kind of silly to get her for Mualani. But Mualani, like, this is the thing that baffled me and my husband, actually. When we saw the damage, she did less than Tainari in terms of DPS as a whole. Tainari's team in total did around 55k, I think, DPS. Well, I think he's here. He is. Oh, he's just chilling. Looking at the island over there. It's a nice island. Oh, wow. I don't even think I've heard him talk before. I'm actually going to feel bad now.
Settle down.
He was just checking out the spot. All right, so don't go back onto the corner. Now we have to recheck Wolfendom. So yeah, Tainari was doing about 55k DPS. This was with... Oh, I'm trying to remember the team. I want to say it was Nahida Kuki? I want to say it was Kuki. And then possibly Purina. And he was doing 55k DPS. Now, I will point out, on that account, he is C4 with an R4 Amos bow. Which is, you know, Mualani is C0, R0. But Mualani is also a later DPS. You know, she might have been the first Natlan DPS, but she is a Natlan DPS. So, in theory, she should have been out DPSing Tainari absolutely no problem. And her artifacts aren't shit. Neither are Tainari's, to be fair. I believe Tainari is actually holding a 50 CV piece. But yeah, it's absolutely mind-boggling just how bad Mualani felt and is, in my opinion. All right, where the heck is Wolvendom? This way. I like teleported in on the wrong side of the statue and I had no idea where I was. I don't know what you're talking about. I have a perfect sense of direction. So yes, Mualani on that account is benched. There might be an argument for getting Surfs up, which I was going to do. I can't even remember if I did try with a few pulls that I had before Nodcry came out. Oh, you know what? I almost bet I did try doing that, and that's why I went for Fractured Halo, too. Boop, boop. No, he's not here. Nope.
Solidify.
Perfect form. Right smack dab in the middle. Oof. I didn't get quite as much air as I usually do. Hey, Onwed, how you doing? You're an Aggie trying to farm a death instructor set for Goro. I mean, doesn't everybody have one? To be truthful, I don't even think I do. I don't think Goro was even on my radar to hold instructor, if I'm being honest. Mainly because my Goro is like level 40. No, he's not sitting up here. But if he's wasting Primos on Linnea. You know what? Fair. That's fair. Since my Goro isn't leveled at all, I'm using Zhongli when it comes to Zabai, so I can't talk. And I have totally made up my mind that I am going after, Lauma. Because that's the smart choice for me. I do believe he is not here. I'll go up one more just to see. Correct. I think he's supposed to be down there. Haven't used him since Inazuna drop. Inazuna? Zuma? Building him feels strange. I bet. When the flower zooms in. No, he's not there. He's not looking out over the thingamajig. I honestly should level Goro at some point. Thankfully, he doesn't involve the beetles, but I find the pearls almost equally annoying. Doesn't feel like there's a lot on the map. So, funny thing, I am going to go talk to her after doing the thing with the unusual hilly churl. When I was doing my stuff really quickly yesterday, I saw that she was lit, and I had already gotten the wings. So I thought the wings were the last thing for her. So we're gonna go see what she has to say to me. So yes, she got snubbed, but that's just because I thought we had finished. You. No, he would be standing out like a sore thumb if he was there. No, I don't want to navigate. I want to teleport. Get the new moon's blessing still from her? Okay. As I was telling you that you can still date her unless you click the icon. Every week is just re-upping your lunar blessing and not cry. Okay. So I just basically have to remember to go over and look to see if it's lit. I have yet to see the chili troll here. It's supposed to be right here. I pull the chi-chi. So more than likely he's down here. Wait, did I go to the wrong one? Yes, I did. There he is. I think the only two places I have never seen the unusual hilly churl is on that drop off that I just did before coming here, and over by the Shrine of the Depth in Mondstadt. All right, let's go to Nodcry. Keep grabbing these because we need them for Lauma. Probably have more than enough for Lauma.
Oh boy. Even though her eyes are covered, Paimon can tell she's staring right at you.
Even though I told her not to wear the mask. See, she's
I'd
not.
like to try a different drink from the tavern.
Even though her eyes are covered, I told her not to wear the mask. Paimon, she's not wearing the mask. Her eyes aren't covered, they're shut. Silly Paimon. Okay, so the last time I remember doing this, we made her coffee. So we have tea, milk, and mint. A mint tea? All right. Reminds me of my chai tea.
Even Paimon wants to try a glass of that.
Me too. Looks good. To Skirky.
So, what do you think?
I mean, there was a time. I don't remember if it was for my free-to-play account or if it was my husband's main account, but we started singing I Pulled a Tiggy because we kept getting Tainari.
It reminds me of a time long, long ago.
I think it was his
When I
main.
was living with the Frost Moon Scions. The people used to make a kind of tea brewed with fresh mint leaves, spices, and dried berries. Whenever I passed by their homes, there was always a subtle herbal aroma wafting from the windows.
Did you ever get to try it?
I wanted to, but never got the chance.
Oh, why not?
When a goddess arrives at your door and asks, "May I try your tea?" no one dares to offer up the rustic tea thrown together for their own consumption.
Ah, yeah.
What I received in the end was more like an offering for the divine. Complete
Yes,
with
you
ornate
did.
packaging and all.
Which was kind of funny. Like, I wasn't expecting you to be so close to the 5-star. Which, again, is a 4-star's only account. It doesn't really matter what 5-star he ends up with. But yeah, I wasn't expecting to see the 5-star, and then it's just like, huh, that's the first Tiggy.
Not that it tasted bad per se, but it was missing that sense of home. The flavor is delightful, though I must say, the idea of adding milk seems quite unorthodox to me.
Really? You've never heard of a milk tea before?
Ah, well, this is a Mondstadt recipe. People love adding milk, cream, and sugar to their tea over there.
It's novel, but in a good way.
Phew, glad you like it.
Thank you. It seems moonlight is not the only medium through which one can glimpse the past. Even something as simple as the aroma of a drink can bring back long-forgotten memories.
Milk tea is all the rage in ZZZ? I thought it was coffee. I always see you get the espresso. Is there a separate thing where you can actually get milk tea? That'd be kind of neat. Aha, I was still missing some. Bloop. Alright, now I think that was all of them. Yay! With the cow jumping over the moon. Well, now I just want to see a cat and a fiddle just sitting there. That'd be adorable. All right, let me. I gotta go to blacksmith just to see if I could put some stuff on the forge. I had stuff on the forge apparently. How long has this been sitting here? 3,700. That's respectable. That is respectable. Alright, outside of the Nod Cry craftable for the catalyst, which I do have billets for. Don't think I need the bow for anything. I definitely don't need the sword or the claymore. And I don't need the polearm at this moment in time. Sonic animatic. They put in Genshin Monster Warehouse experience. It's pretty dang cute. I did not see those. The thing I did find cute actually is that the actors walking around that experience were celebrating Noelle's birthday, actually wishing her and stuff like that well for the birthday and whatnot. I thought that was adorable. Okay, so you know what? Let's take a look at the craftables for a sec. Don't need Rancor. Well, no, we don't need Rancor. I technically don't need Iron Sting, and I have it at R3, which I don't necessarily need to do. Don't need that, because the only ones that can really utilize this, I have better weapons on. And I don't have Albedo, so... Oh, that's... This is the Dog Cry one. ER... Okay, it does do max HP, which I have the Dock Hand on Layla, so that's fine. So I don't necessarily need one of them. I have a Prototype Crescent, but again, it's not something I need to use. Attack speed, I don't have... And it's physical damage. I don't have anybody that can use that. Attack percent bow, and this creates the... When teaching the forest... Reach. Okay, so that's not the same thing as, like... Whatchamacallit? Sapwood. So don't need that. Song of Stillness, attack bow, healed. Yeah, I don't necessarily need that, and it's the same thing as like Flowing Purity. Don't have anybody that really utilizes Chainbreaker either. Increase to 60. Okay, okay, that technically is an option for Yehoda on the free-to-play account, because I don't have the event bow. But I think I still would want Yehoda with Fav, since Flynn's is C0, R0 on that account. Don't need Prototype Archaic. We could do a White Blind. I gotta... Do I know what my refinement is? Just one. I only have the one. So I could get R2 White Blind. I don't have anybody that can utilize that, really. Burning, Quicken, Hyperbloom, or Virgin. Okay, that's the leaf thing. I can see why people put this on Beto, actually. Scratch one of each weapon, just for lore text. You'll never read. Right? Title Shadow. I don't really think I have anybody to really use Tidal Shadow on. I have Earthshaker on Gaming, but again, I'm not using Gaming. Fuck that. Thing. I could make some prototype ambers just so we could actually get a second R5. Oh, and I got that one to 70, so I need to finish that too at some point. Map a Mare. Triggering an elemental reaction grants an 8% elemental mastery bonus. Isn't that like really good for Lisa? Like, if Lisa has enough ER. If she has enough ER. So that's an option just to have another EM catalyst. Oh, this is another one I think people have Lisa on because of the energy recharge. Very well losing 5% attack. Hate flowing purity. I absolutely hated this thing on Cloud Retainer. I don't need that. Elemental Mastery. Bloom damage is increased. And Lunar Bloom is done by 12. Is that worth throwing onto Nahida? For my account, I'm going to say no. Only because I have R5 of the sack frags. Could make R3 of this, though. Unlock in your archive weapons, and on that note... Archive. Wow, have I actually never been in here? Archive entries unlocked 118. Ah, yes. The thing that's totally not worth getting. The royal weapons. Never got an alley flash. Wait, what? Oh, wow. Have I actually not made Aminoma? I could have sworn I had Aminoma on this account. Blackcliff also makes sense that I don't have. I never got Flusandra. Talking Stick I'll probably get at some point. It'll be on my radar if I go for Varka. And I can't get his signature, of course. Like Ballad, Wavebreaker. Never got a Wavebreaker, huh? I never got Wine and Song on this account either. I think I got some of those only because of the Chronicle Wish on my free-to-play account. Yeah, Alley Hunter, Moon's Moon. I wanted the Mist Splitter. It's supposed to be pretty good, isn't it? For Furina. Yep, it's supposed to be good for Furina. But I actually would just use this on Furina if I want to go DPS. And then if I have to use, like, an ER build or something like that, she just goes on Fav. So I don't really have a point for it. It's funny, I have 2 Skyward Blades and 2 Wolf's Gravestones. Never got Skyward Pride, never got, Aquila. What's this one? Can't check it because I never had it. What is that sword? The Unforged. Never got Skyward Atlas. I have a Lost Prayer. I wish I could give it to my free-to-play account. Can't do that. No, no, no. There's a lot of 5-star catalysts. And I have not a single bow. Not a single bow. So yeah, so that's the thing I was saying like before when it came to like watching the videos of the fixing of accounts and stuff like that. You can see that I have on my main an ass ton of villains. But my weapons are okay for the teams I use. I don't necessarily need to craft anything. Like me making extra prototype amber, so I have one floating around to do, say, tank Fae or, whatever with Mona and whatnot. It's never a bad thing. But it's like, do I need a map of mare for anybody? I don't know. I don't think so. But that's where you would just go, type in onto Google, is Map of Mare, who is Map of Mare good for? And just figure that out because it is a free weapon you can get with Elemental Mastery. So as long as it has the main stat that a character could want, so say you never got a Sacrifice, you've been so unlucky you've never gotten a Sacrifice, you can make the Map of Mare if you have this billet here, or if you have the Notcry billet, you can make the catalyst from Notcry and get Elemental Mastery as your main stat until you can get the better thing later. So it's just baffling to me in that one video I watched that I'm pretty sure they had at least one of these and they weren't making the Prospector Shovel for either Flynn's or Inefa. I'm not saying the weapons that they had on them didn't work. They seem to work fine, but the fact that the crafting wasn't an option, it made it feel like it wasn't an option. Why am I trying to rationalize it? Because it's just so baffling. I have to know the answer. Because, like, for sure, like, if you don't have the materials to level it, for an example, because I do believe the Prospector Shovel takes the Wild Hunt. So maybe you're having problems farming the Wild Hunt. So, of course, you're going to have a different weapon on one of those characters, whoever you're making the shovel for, as a stand-in. So, by all means, have it as a stand-in. That's no different than farming an artifact set for, like, Skirk. More than likely, you might have a Maruchise Hunter set because you were farming for Furina and stuff like that. You can throw that onto Skirk while you farm Finale of the Deep. That stuff I understand. But a lot of the times, and it's this one specific person that I've seen do it multiple times when trying to fix accounts, they don't do what's best for the character. They just go with what they have. So it's just like, oh, you can actually just use Maruchise Hunter over Finale of the Deep. Okay, I will totally understand this if you have Furina, of course, to get a little extra crit because it's 36% crit on Maruchise Hunter. And that way you're not overly having to worry about the crit rate situation. That's a valid reason, but Finale of the Deep will actually be way better for Skirk in most situations. I think the only argument I've ever seen for Skirk on Hunter is Stingy and Onslaught. Now, I haven't tried that, but I could just give her a Risley set if I wanted to try it. So, yeah, at what point does it become like you're struggling to do something with the account versus laziness? Artifact, like not farming your artifacts, that's pure laziness. Because again, the game tells you what people have farmed, and that's almost no different than, going on Google and saying, "Hey Google," I really shouldn't say that because, devices. Did I forget to bring my phone in here? I think I did. But there's no difference than saying, typing into Google going, "Hey, what set is good for Skirk? What weapon is good for Skirk?" Quite often on stream, you will hear me say, as I'm looking for builds and stuff like that, just to kind of give me a frame of reference, what ER I am supposed to look at. Like, what is a good stopping place for ER? That is math I'm not sure how is calculated, and I want somebody else to do it for me. Tell me what my ER requirement is, and I will work around that. But it's a matter of putting in the effort to make the builds. I'm not asking you to bust out the calculator and do all the calculations yourself. But I am asking you to go into the frickin' domain and farm their shit. Farm the artifacts. It's one thing if it's just complete RNG and you get crap every single time. More often than not, when this person was actually farming artifacts, like even going into the scam box, they're like, "Oh, this one's pretty good. Okay." It's like, no, that artifact is really bad. You are 100% coping with it because it has one crit on it. It might be better than what they've got, but it's not good by any means. Don't lie to yourself. Double crit or bust. But like I had seen like builds where like they literally just had things thrown on them that weren't even great. I understood like totally putting something on just to have the 4-piece set. I myself did this on my free to play account at one point on Sing Cho. I actually didn't realize Sing Cho was on an attack circlet and not a crit rate or crit damage one. Because even at least with crit damage, it would have been potential that he could do more damage or something. But no, he had an attack circlet because it was the only thing I had. And sometimes you have to do that. But at the same time, it's just like, this is a placeholder piece. You know this. What do you farm? And ideally, you're going to farm an artifact set that isn't being able to be put inside of the exchanger, and then you're going to exchange for other pieces that are in there. So honestly, like when I went into the domain, and that was partially my fault because I, for some reason, thought Navia and Arlecchino sets were together and not Whimsy and I think it's Reverie. It's the one for Emily. I don't know why I forgot that. That was my bad because I thought it was like, oh well, I can upgrade Navia too. Dum da dum da dum. That was my bad. I honestly should have just gone into the Skirk domain because that's not in the strong box yet. Or I should have gone after stuff for Flynn's. Now, ideally on this account, my Flynn's is alright. He has pieces that just needs to be re-rolled. So I can just wait for Dust of Enlightenments. But that's ideally the best way to use the resin. However, you might not have like any of the lunar meta stuff. You might not have enough. You might not have Flynn's. You might not even have Columbina. So you wouldn't go into the domain that has Flynn's set and Silken Moon. You might not even have a Hexarai character for the newer domain. And same goes with like, not if you don't have Columbina or Nepha, you're not going to want the other set anyway. So no, you're not going to farm that. Well, I don't have Skirk or Veresa. Okay, well, do you have Zhao? Yeah, I have Zhao. Then you could go for the newer plunging set, the one that's on Veresa. So there is logic in doing that. But if you have like a fairly solid Vermilion set, I can see the hesitation of not wanting to do that. So then you would go into an older domain that you might need an overt abundance of. Noblesse, Tenacity of the Millilith are two big ones. VV. And probably Emblem. I would say probably Emblem would be the big four for older domains that I can see a lot of people going in just to try to outfit some characters because it's usually what gets defaulted onto them. But it's a matter of making that decision. I understand also it could be very overwhelming because there's just a lot of characters and a lot of like domains and everything. But again, it doesn't matter who you have. Doesn't matter who you have. You bring up your characters. This is the roster. It doesn't show you the characters you don't have on this screen. And go, okay, I need to build so-and-so. I just got Zebai. Well, let's look at Zebai. What does Zebai want? Artifacts. Click, click. Oh, look, this is what she wants. Like, the information is here. So I just don't understand having an outside source, quote unquote, fix the account. I can understand getting advice from outside source. We've heard like a lot of people like just sitting in stream and stuff like that going, hey, Mr. Strummer, who should I pull for? I lost my 50-50 on Flynn's. Should I go for Linnea? Do you have Zabai? No, I didn't go for Zabai. Maybe not. It all depends. Like, I really don't know what her kit does. I know she's a powerhouse when it comes to mining. I know that. But again, I'm not really too positive on what Linnea's kit does. But that's also the thing, too. It's just like, do you follow the rumor mill? Do you follow that information line all the way throughout till their absolute release or even the showcase on the special program? If you don't, in most cases, then it does become some guesswork. Is it worth it? That's going to be up to you. Like for me, because I have Zebai, Linnea would be a good solid pickup for me. But honestly, Lauma would be better for a number of reasons. Nuvia 6 of them. Hey, how you doing? Oh, thank you. But yeah, like you have all this information here. And this wasn't always the case. When I started back in Fontaine, this information wasn't there. So it was more of take out the magic rectangle half the time because you might not be on your computer or have another screen to do it, or whatever. However you have access to the internet, you can type in easily who has what needs what, and just build from there. Yeah, you're going to have sucky pieces. As long as it has one good substat on it, use it as a stop point. Just use that piece until you get something better. But don't just go, okay, they're on the 4-piece set, done. You're going to regret it, especially on your DPSs. You're going to regret that. And let's also not forget, this is the other thing I think a lot of people get kind of wishy-washy about or very uncertain, and it's this. It is making the artifacts, because on the free-to-play account, I had access to the 5 you got in Natlan, and then whatever possible you could get from the theater. That's going to be iffy if you can get that. But this is the other thing too. I'm gonna just completely preface this straight up. Look me in the eye. I know I'm looking up. My model for some reason is following my hand and not my face. don't worry about not being able to get those stars in something like the Imaginarium Theater. Yeah, the reward is worth it to actually get more stock into the elixirs, but don't pull your freaking hair out for it. I give 2 giant middle fingers to the Imaginarium Theater. I hate that thing. And it's only because my brain does not want to compute that you have to break the norm to do anything. So everything you learn playing on how to build teams and whatever goes right out the window in the Imaginarium Theater. So if you struggle with it, whether it be team building or unfortunate luck of the draw, like every time I have an Anima one, without fail, the game keeps wanting to give me Animo characters, and I have 0 Animo DPS. So I need to swirl. But I can't swirl if you don't give me another element to swirl. So again, don't be down on yourself or anything if you can't get certain things like that done. It'll come with time. But there are ways to get the elixirs and stuff like that. Temper thyself, at least. What's the week on Temper Thyself? Because there is one there. Chicken. Oh, we just hit it. It was week 4. So every 4 weeks, from the start of Temper Thyself, when it resets, you can get an elixir. So yeah, by all means, go ahead and hold on to them for your favorite character or what have you. But also don't be afraid to use the resource if you can. So the case in point to this on my main account is Flint's. That is Navia. Is actually Flint's. Made the goblet and I made the circlet because I just wasn't getting drops. The other thing that a lot of people will actually like tell you, and these are more so the content creators and streamers and stuff like that, that will actually do the math or know the math a little bit better. And honestly, it seems like kind of a duh statement too. I ain't gonna lie. Like this piece and the goblet, the goblet that I made were both 3-liners. The Dust of Enlightenment takes 2 to reroll every time. So it's a commitment to do it. And it's like, well, you might want to actually save for when you actually get a 4-liner. You have the guarantee 4-liner, so you get 1 extra roll into a stat. And whereas that's true and somewhat smart to do, sometimes that just means that you're going to have to keep farming, keep crafting, keep doing whatever to try to get the quote-unquote perfect piece. And outside of complete min-maxing, like if you're chasing the top 1% on the leaderboards or something on the Akasha, I don't think it's worth it. I do not think that's worth it because the odds of you getting it are extremely slim. I was actually really surprised to see how many 4-line starts, good or bad, on my free-to-play account I got when I was trading in for like VV and stuff the other day. It's possible, yes. If you're patient enough for it, sure. But if you are just going into just wanting to make sure you have the appropriate stats on a piece, I don't see why you shouldn't re-roll on the 3-liner. Because the odds of you getting the thing you need kind of slim. So for an example, this was a 3-line start, I believe. Correct. But everything here outside of Elemental Mastery, Flynn's actually can use. Now, some people will also probably look at it's like, well, you keep saying he needs ER, but it's not highlighted. So he doesn't need ER? No, he needs ER. Don't be dumb. Because his whole thing has to deal with his burst, his special burst, that still needs energy. if you do not have him C1 or R1, he needs at least 140 ER. I believe on my free-to-play account he has 151 and he does okay. I still feel like it's a little bit off. But on the same token, that actually might be because there is no fav there. It could be just unfortunate luck of the draw with particles getting generated or whatever. But he does need a little bit of ER. C1, R1 on this account, he is just under 140 and he does fine. But flat attack, like, granted, I don't want it to touch flat attack, but he is an attack scaler. So having that little bit of flat attack isn't necessarily bad. Elemental Mastery would have been better, but I'm not going to sneeze at it. The stats I put onto it, attack percent and crit rate. And those are the stats I want rerolled. So it is a solid piece. This, same thing. And I actually used... So you can see down in the corner, you have like 3 stages, effectively, how many rerolls. And then once the third one gets filled, it'll automatically go into the 2, one of the 2, doesn't matter. But those are the only 2 stats it will hit. And this last time I did it, it actually rolled all into crit damage, which I'm happy about. Because it's a crit rate set, it gives me plus 30 crit regardless. So I'm not over capping on crit rate. You mean, do I play my main account on stream? Yes, because you're looking at it. So I do play my main account a lot more on stream now. When I first started streaming, I didn't. It was usually my free-to-play account. But we do all the story stuff and everything on this. My main characters? Well, that's one of them. My actual main is Nouvellette. So these are his stats. And he is on my just a hunter, so I add 36 to his crit rate. So those are his stats. He's on Tome of Eternal Flow. He's Constellation 6. I will point that out. He is the only limited C6 I have. And then these are his hunter pieces. Arlecchino? Okay, so you have her Sig. Okay, so we can take a look at Arlie. Arlie is technically the second main I have on this account. Her and Newbie have been my carries for a long time. So these are my stats on Arlecchino. Now, here's the thing with Arlie. Arlie technically doesn't need ER. Because the only time you are going to burst at all is if she needs to heal. If she needs to heal or you just need to cut the cooldown on her skill. Only reason you're gonna ER, you're gonna burst. I am also on her Sig. Let's start with the flower. And she is on Whimsy. So this is probably the only controversial piece I have on her. Because all of her other pieces did not roll crit rate. It went all into crit damage. Or it doesn't have crit rate on it, like the feather. But the feather is a 32% crit damage. I ain't getting rid of that. So I was lucky that the crit rate actually rolled a lot of crit damage. I think it rolled 1 attack percent, maybe? Ah, it rolled flat defense, that's what it was. But I'm not re-rolling this either for that one miss roll. Oh, shit. Well, this could actually roll really, 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 really sick if I did re-roll it because it is a 4-line start. I didn't even realize that. But it rolled pretty dang good, except for that one roll into flat defense. Here's my first Harbinger on the account. Mine too. But then again, I don't have Tartaglia. I don't like Tartaglia. So I run her with crit rate because of the way the other stuff rolled, but they're too good not to use. The only thing I would like to be able to do at some point is try to get a crit damage circlet onto her. If I do run her with double cryo. Doing some damage testing with her the other day, she actually managed to be about, I think, 150k DPS when she actually hit the crits on the melts with double cryo. So there is workarounds. Right now, if I do run her with the double cryo, she is at like 99% crit rate. So I don't think that's that bad. Constellation, she's C1, and she is triple crowned. And by the way, like, you really only need to touch her normals in terms of stuff. She got triple crowned because I kept getting her drops while I was farming for Emily. So I just triple crowned her instead. Her and Yelan. If you want to vape, yeah. If you want to vape, there's no difference. I actually typically run Sing Cho to do vaping. My team for early, party setup. So this is my typical team for Arlecchino. Because for a while, she was actually doing more DPS with Sing Cho there than actually having another cryo. If you run double cryo, from the testing I've done for the characters I have, Sitlali and Escoffier made it so that she hit the 150k DPS, roughly. So it was anywhere between 145-ish, I think, to 155 is where I hit. But that's only if she did the crit on the melt. That was it. And Escoffier does seem kind of useless in a healing sense, because Arlie can't heal outside of her burst. She has to heal herself. But she is the best off-field cryo, in my opinion. So, because of all the cryo apps, she was able to hit all that. So I wouldn't run that team unless I wasn't using Skirk / Nuvi Skirk. You're telling me I should not pull on Skirk if I don't have a Escoffier. True. That's true. If you want Skirk because you like her, that's fine. Just know that she's not going to be the best she can be unless you have Escoffier. Escoffier is way too good for her because she shreds all the cryo res. So for an example, for the sake of argument here, I don't know why I wasn't expecting that thing to come down. Just went. So just to sake of argument here, I also want to point out my Skirk is C0, but she is R1, and I don't really have a weapon to throw on her that's leveled. Well, that's not true. I could do Black Sword, but I don't know if you're free to play or if you're Battle Pass Vulcan. So we would have Thalia.
Let us pray.
And then, oh god, who would I put here? If I don't have a, oh, that's sad. Uh-oh. Oh shoot, you're level 60. Okay. We're just gonna do this for the sake of argument. So if you don't have a Escoffier, your team might look something like this.
Need something taken care of?
And we're going to assume you have Furina. So it would be something like this. Now, obviously, your Hydro also probably would include Yelan. I do not have Yelan. So, no Escoffier. But we have the buff from Furina.
animal archive.
Mine to wield.
So that didn't even hit. That might be a little bit scuffed too, but I didn't even hit 80k DPS. I mean, nothing wrong with that. Buying the Welkins. That is a team you can run with Skirk. True. Let me get rid of this. Hang on. So now... So now we're gonna take out Charlotte. And put in Escoffier. Where is Escoffier? Gordon
Ready
Ramsay,
to
where are
spice
you?
things up.
Okay.
Time to shine! Strike a pop!
A burst of flavor. Off to the breeze. May the Archon protect you. Annihilate.
Shower me with praise! Let my name echo in song!
The pinnacle of excellence. Thus saith the animal archive.
I could probably do that a little bit better. It's been a while since I've done actual Skirk. But she's touching like around 130k DPS versus the barely touching 80k, which I don't even think she did without Escoffier. Right, and that's the thing too. Skirk DPS might actually be outclassed during Snezhnaya. But Escoffier might actually stick around for like being a good support for whoever comes out for a cryo. Um, I hear the lunchtime alarm in the other room, so we'll wrap this up. So Forrest would be able to tell you roughly what his Skirk does. Now he has Escoffier R1. However, his Skirk is C0R0 running Black Sword, I believe. And he still hits very hard with Skirk because of Escoffier. So Escoffier is pretty much a must for Skirk. Oh, is that... Oh, I see what I did. So when I got the one back here, I must have spammed it and accidentally hit the mail. That's unfortunate. Oh, I actually like the shoes she's got. Oh, you took my hat. Why'd you take off my hat? Skirk herself will hit for 200k at the moment. 110 with the Black Sword. Okay, so my Skirk at R1 is only doing roughly 20k more DPS than that. So that's actually a good like frame of reference. Scofield, if you there's you have anybody on how do I want to put that? The characters you want me to look at, I can see on the Akasha. Also, to point out, like, Forest team also runs Yelan, not Dahlia. So there is a little bit of a difference between mine and his. Give me a second. I need to turn off that alarm. That's annoying me. Oh, do you not run Yelan anymore with your Skirk? I thought you still did for Furina. I hate you so much, Paimon. Using Shen since this onslaught. Okay. For the extra cryo in that fight. Haven't switched back yet. Okay. Oh, Paimon, I'm going to beat you with the freaking bat. Where's the Trailblazer? Okay. So, as of right now, with the characters... Well, that's actually kind of funny. Let me go back to mine for a second on Akasha, because I think mine shows something weird. Yeah, mine does show something weird. Huh. So... yeah, I don't think the Akasha is going to help me at all with looking at stuff. Because my characters that are still on display are not the ones that are displayed on in-game. Because it's still showing Alhaitham, it's still showing Nahida and Zhongli, and that's not who I have displayed in my game. So I don't think yours is accurate either. So, unfortunately, that's not going to help a little bit. Like, in the least. That's why I gave you my UAD, just in case if you need to look it through the game. That's okay. Give me a second. I'm assuming that's just in Friends, correct? This will take me a second. Because I am on the PlayStation. Meh, meh, meh. Are you seriously just showing this in Wonderland? Oh, good lord. All right, let me exit Wonderland game. Who cares about the profile inside Wonderland? That is party setup. Okay. There are teams I can compare with Escoffier. So, what do you mean by compare? Because I can tell you, like, if you run Chaska and you have Fiorina, Escoffier would be a good match. In terms of, like, Malvika, I don't see why you couldn't run Escoffier. In terms of trying to get the melt, but the character you would want for Malvika would be Sitlali. There a reason you didn't? That's interesting. Why did you do that? There we go. I hit the wrong button. But you can accept that friend request too if you want to. Okay, you definitely need more crit rate. Oh. Oh dear. You're running two-piece Glad. I'm assuming you're running Berserker because you want crit rate. What's your A? Your AR 56. Okay. So Arlecchino, it's okay if you do want to run Gladiator. If you have a really solid Gladiator set, that's fine. And then you can work on Whimsy. I understand that you probably are doing this for the crit rate, but yeah, no. It would be way better for you to get a 4-piece Gladiator with some high crit on it in an attempt to high crit. Because you're lowering, just because it's 12% crit rate, that does not compensate for the stats on the Gladiator pieces that you could potentially have. Temporary, I've been slacking off and building characters. Fair. Don't have Fiorina, you have Shilonen. Okay. So, okay, see, that's another problem. Because you don't even have Fiorina, I wouldn't say go for Skirk. Skirk literally has one team with a couple flexers. That 4th slot is kind of a flex, but she needs Fiorina, she needs Escoffier for her to even function. And that 4th slot, like you saw, I had Dahlia. He would be way better at C6, but that's what I have. So you could run Dahlia, you could run Sing Cho, you could run your Yelan, but you need Fiorina and you need Escoffier. So I would definitely skip Skirk, but in terms of like actually using Escoffier as a off-field cryo applicator or even just a healer, excuse me, I don't think is a bad idea. Let me check your Malvika. Okay, you are on 4-piece Codex. You are on Earthshaker. So plus 40, you're at 72. At 203. Do you have any 5-star Claymores? I'm just curious. Because I'm not even thinking, like, obviously her signature, but if you somehow manage to get, like, Beacon of the Red Sea or even Wolf's Gravestone. might actually be better than the Earthshaker. Again, I do not have Malvika. Let me rephrase this. I do not have Malvika. So, this is just a stab in the dark. Okay, crit. Oh. Okay, the EM on this is fine. If it had a little bit of crit rate, it'd be even better. That ER stat is Saddies. Pyro on set double crit, though. That's reroll worthy, honestly. I don't know how many lines it is, but again, I'm one that can actually will vouch for if it's a 3-liner, it's okay as long as it has the stats you need. Ugh. EM Sands, okay. So you're definitely going for the reaction like Melt or Vape. I'm okay with that. That rolled pretty good, actually. Very surprised. Alright, offset feather, decent. Okay. So who do you use with Malvika? Yeah, it's a real solid cup. Yeah, getting a new headpiece and stuff like that. Don't be afraid to use your elixirs as well. If it's a character you use, do not be afraid to make the pieces. Yeah, she doesn't use ER at all. That's the problem with this piece. The only thing in there that she uses, like, again, flat attack is whatever, because she does attack scale, but EM is the only stat she's using, so you would be better off farming for a new piece or creating one that has, like, crit rate in EM or crit rate in attack. ER is 100% useless on her. And if you re-roll that, you risk rolling that ER continuously. Now, I will state, you do have Chaska. Chaska's burst isn't really useful. Like, I use it, but it's not really the be-all, end-all, unlike someone like Mualani. So I don't know if you didn't genuinely need ER on this set at all. Trying to switch characters using some I've loved outline characters, but I want to put team for Vape. Okay. So you want to use her in Yelan, which is fine. Again, I'm going to say either farm or create a different circlet. Because again, re-rolling this is not going to be worth the feathers that it's going to get used at all. Do you have Sitlali? This only works with normal attacks in... Alright, so this is where Forrest is going to come in clutch, because again, I don't have Yelan. So understanding that she's going to be, like, if she's compatible with a character remains to be seen. You can vape with Malvika, though, but who do you need? Excuse me. I know she's more of the melt because of Sitlali. You don't have Sitlali, okay. So who right now are you running with Malvika? And who are you running with Arlecchino? Because your Yelan can actually work with Arlecchino if it is her burst that's only working with normal attacks. I know, Candace would work for Vape. Okay. And everybody got access to an I know. Because you get that through the Noctri story, so you don't have to worry about that. Yeah, Malvika is definitely more of the melt girly. So if you're going to use Malvika, and even Arlecchino, I will state this. Sitlali is a good support because she shreds the pyro resonance? Resistance. Got Bennett, Eonson, Diona for a team for her. So that's a good team for her. For Malvika? Again, I am going to trust hubby and Onwed on this stuff because I do not own Malvika. And all it costs is a little carpal tunnel. Okay, Navi doesn't have any artifacts on. I'm going to assume somebody took your claymore. Con 0. Let's check Chaska. Okay, did somebody take your bow? Because that's level 1. Nothing. Nothing. Okay. And you are level 70. And yours is 0. Yeah, make sure you level your talents too. Like I said, with Arlecchino, you don't necessarily have to do really much of anything with the burst or the skills. So just get them to 8 at the very least, and then crown her normals. I want a donut. Could really go for a donut, actually. Just thought of something. Would it be a good idea to put Shilonen and Malvika on a team? Yes, it would be, actually. Shilonen is one of her best teammates. That I do know. Why did you hold this mod? Really? Really? It's because of the word viewers? God damn it. And you have a Roron. Okay. Yes, I'm looking at a viewer's account. Just for the characters that they have on display right now. Auto caught it. It's a banned word. Yeah, I remember that it's a banned word, but I thought it was really funny that out of all the words that we banned because of the bots and shit, that was the one that Onward had asked. Now, all things considered, I will say, like, if it's a character that interested you and stuff, yeah, obviously. Sometimes it could be an oopsie just because of a 4-star, and we know how bad it is to pull for a 4-star. And there's also that. You're okay, Charles. So I would definitely try doing more melt with Malvika. Use Shilonen. So you shred and do Cinder City on Shilonen. So you do skill Malvika, then go into Shilonen. I would use someone like Kaya. And then possibly another cryo. Definitely go for Sitlali when she reruns. Because you can use her for both Malvika and Arlecchino. Arlecchino, if I'm being frank, like I said, take out the 2 Berserker pieces and replace that with like 2 cryos, so you at least get a little bit more crit rate that way. And use someone like Bennett, and then Kaya works really well. Sitlali is Sitlali is the one I would say definitely go for. Also, because you know Arlie is a wicked glass cannon, she'll have her shield at the very least. You could use Diona too, but I have not used Diona with Arlie. My Diona, I think it's level 40 on my main. For Mav? For Malvika. Straight 7, okay. little bit better than Arlie's. I do believe Malvika wants to be triple crowned to get the best out of her. But again, so I'm going to actually state this about crowns. Nowadays, you can get crowns practically with everything you do, including Temper Thyself. So, at the very least, after 6 weeks or so, you get a crown. So, you should be able to have a nice stock to be able to crown the appropriate talents. But at the very least, especially now with the scaling of the Abyss and all that stuff, make sure you get their talents at least up to level 9. And if you want to conserve the crowns for your absolute faves, go ahead. I'm not going to poo-poo that. You have 6 crowns. Okay. So at that point, you are going to probably want to conserve them for whoever you deem that you want to use them on. I'm not going to tell you you need to triple crown Malvika, but at the very least, get her talents to 9. Benny, Shalonen, and Yansan. And Yansan, yeah. So here's the thing with the Yansan that I keep spacing, because on my main, I don't use her, because I don't have a character that actually can utilize her skill, or burst rather, because she needs the movement. So yeah, Yansan would actually be fairly good there too. At that point, so I'll ask you this, Han. At that point, would Malvika be better off on an attack stance and not the EM? Because the only thing she's going to do is overload. And that's if Yansan gets enough Electro on it. Yeah, every other event typically does have ground. Maze to see what talent levels you should level for your character. You can save your... Yep. So this goes back to what I was talking about before. With watching all the fix-it account videos and stuff like that. The internet right there at your fingertips. Go ahead and just take a gander. And just get a frame of reference for the characters you know you want to use. And I will point this out again. So, like, I do quick searches. There's a site called Gamer8. I had been using this as a frame of reference since I started playing the game. Now, somebody in another chat at one point mentioned that it felt like it was written by, like, ChatGPT. And I have to agree. Some of the descriptions do kind of come off that way. But it still gives me the frame of reference to look for the appropriate weapon, the appropriate artifact set, and the appropriate substats. So I then can actually mix and match and try to figure out what's going to work best on the account that I am on, whether it be my free-to-play account or my main account. Mav is definitely getting triple crowned. Okay, so definitely do that. As I mentioned with Arlecchino, you don't necessarily have to triple crown her like I did, but her main attack would be worth it if you continue to use her. Who do you have as main DPSs on your account? Because this is, I'm going to assume these are the characters that you really like that are on display right now. Excuse me, my voice is actually crapping out. Probably an attack stance for that team, yeah. So I would definitely note down to try to do that. Okay, does that too. But it's so much more cleanly formatted. So yeah, definitely check out something like Qingming. You could even go onto Reddit and actually see some people's builds and stuff like that. Just note a lot of the time it might be very, very mid-maxy, and you might not want to put that much effort into it. Again, unless you're chasing leaderboards, just try to go for the appropriate stats. Shevin or Roron with Eon-san make a good overload team for Malvika too. So like you mentioned you had a Roron, so that does work as well. Most other sites are scrapped from Kachingmang's, probably. I think Kachingmang's is like the oldest of those kind of sites, no? Gamer 8 was just the thing that kept popping up when I Googled it, so it became the just click that and go. For Chaska's a whole nother thing. I would have to be on my free-to-play account to show you my build for Chaska, but keep in mind, like, when talking about Prochaska, the only way I was able to hit that 80k threshold, I have a stat stick with first grade magic. So she has a crit damage weapon. I run her with Fiorina, and then I used Eonson and Bennett. And that's how I was able to do that. Any other team comp I've tried with her was lower DPS. So I don't think Aurora would actually help that situation outside of the taunt. It wouldn't help her damage, but it would just keep enemies close by. Their characters too. Yep. Or you can open the random co-op list, check others AR60. Yep, you could do a lot of that. Lot of that. You do have Chev, okay. That is true. Forrest does have... Do you have Shaska on display, hun? You're going to be very mean to me. Friend chat, leave. Right. Are you serious? Okay, well, actually, this... I can put in a nickname here too, right? Or is it just a UID? Add UID. So let's, let me just do this. I'm just wanting to see. No UID exists. I hate you. I hate you, game. You know, I never actually even thought to ask you if you did. I used to, because I had checked the Akasha, I had just decided to have my teams that I was using on display. That's how I found out my Sing Cho is like top 3%. Out of all characters on my main, Sing Cho! We're always down to help out. And everything. It's just unfortunate for me that I don't actually own a couple of the characters that you do. But I do have Arlecchino, and I showed you the teams that I run. However, you know what? Before I go grab lunch, I'm going to go grab that a little bit late. I am curious. So, my Bennett typically is locked to Arlecchino.
You want me on your team?
So, what I was doing... So, if you get Sitlali,
Whatever
I can show you this. I would not recommend running Fiorina with Arlie because of not being able to heal herself. So, her hit points aren't going to flux, so she's not really going to get the benefit from it.
May
Joe is fine.
knowledge guide you.
How much was this doing? Where's Arlie?
An
You are.
insurmountable problem, I presume.
Yeah, Forrest actually got really tied to that avatar picture of Ose. Just so cute.
Overruled. I'm going
Go
in.
blam, blam.
Yeah, suffer the wrath
Get
of
her to
Evelyn.
react.
Rain outlines your fate. Know my sword. Witness.
And why is there something up there? That was interesting.
Huh? Everybody stand, get to work. Not you two. Time to...
Oh, Sing
me
Joe.
weave you Laid bare. Let's light it up. Teamwork is fulfill our pact. Suffer the wrath of... Huh? Rain outlines your fate. Rain cutter.
$117, $119. I think I just saw 120. So high peak is 120 when using Sitlali, and keep in mind Sitlali is shredding the pyro with Xingqiu. Xingqiu here can be replaced by your Yelan if you do something like that. Yeah, it's Ose. You have Ose as your profile picture. So this is actually a problem with trying to set this up because you need Sitlali to actually so yeah, it is technically in the wrong order. I'm well aware. But even still, note the damage that she's doing. She be good DPS, but I just want to bring that up. Yeah, I wouldn't, unless you want to use her for funsies, I wouldn't recommend leveling Eula. I am very much anti-Eula just because I lost to her twice when going for Klee. So I'm jaded. To want your Catalyst user before early? If so, I am not running Thrilling Tales on Sitlali. That's the other thing to note too. I don't run Thrilling Tales on Sitlali because I do have her signature. But if you were to do that, yes, you would actually want the Catalyst user on Thrilling Tales to go right before your main DPS. So now I'm actually curious. So I don't know who exactly you have for Arlecchino, but when I first got Arlie, I'm going to remove Sitlali.
A walk would be nice.
I used Zhongli and Emily. I can't remember. I think I actually used Xingqiu for a while, but this was my standard team for Arlie for the longest time. So let's actually see how bad this is, DPS-wise. So we still have to start with Arlie, going into Zhongli, then probably Bennett, then Emily, because so Emily can get the buff.
Overrule.
Stabilize.
I'm going in. Huh? Fresh and floral.
Can she at least hit 80k? Just about. Just about.
Gather.
Everybody
Oh my god,
stand.
wrong button. Yeah, she can. She can hit the 80k threshold. Not the greatest team, obviously, but this was a lot of fun. One of the only instances that I found Emily to be decent in for the characters I have. Not her weakler, her normal boss. Oh, the one that's in Dragon Spine? Because Eula uses the cube. And I don't blame you for not having that. I hate that thing. How much money this map is making this right? I know others have like come out and made other ones, but this was the first one that I'm aware of. $20 in their pocket all by myself, probably. Let's put it this way too. Like think about the people who actually do the theory crafting a lot to test their damage and all that stuff. I'm just one little girl, man. Ugh. All right. So the other thing we're gonna do is I'm gonna go check this again. And part of this has to do with Arlie's crit. I do know this. So we're gonna try to make sure we get Bennett last to get his buff up as long as I can. And then we're gonna use a Scopier because she's the best off-field cryo I have. But keep in mind, I also have R1 for Escoffier. So, Bennett has to go before Sitlolly, though. Because Sitlolly needs to react to Bennett.
A dash of front. I'm going in. See, Laline, eat Papa. Get him. Laid bare. Let's light it up.
Okay, game. Game. Well, now you gotta wait for your skill to come back. Definitely make a kit. Yeah, definitely make that list. Just so you can be self-aware. I don't think there's anything wrong with actually following what the. Well, that's weird. Okay. I don't think there's anything wrong with following the rumor mill with potential banners. This way you can actually prepare your primos as best as you can. It might mean you miss, you miss out, but some characters, like your supports, are definitely worth.
Overrule. Off to the breathe. Everybody stand back. Get to work. Suffer the wrath of the... Teamwork is true. Show no mercy. You two. Time to... A little move.
And there you go. 153, 155.
Everybody stand, fulfill our pact. See, Laline, eat Papa, a dash of frost.
Did you get 160? Oh, almost 160k. So with this team here, I hit 160k with Arlecchino at C1 R1. Many people say who you like, and that's where my free-to-play account got it's problematic. I wanted Klee, goddammit, and it took so long to get her. At the very least, she can potentially be good, but it's going to take some time for Klee to get up there. But Onwed, I think, actually has solid here. Pull who will help you get endgame primos, then pull for who you like. So at this moment in time with Nodcry, I would say have at least one lunar reaction. In my opinion, I like Flynn's. So I would say Flynn's, Anefa, Columbina. And then if you should have a Sucrose. I assume you do. But Sucrose would be the one you would put in there. Yehodo you can also put in there. Cosmo, if you have him, you could use him in a pinch. But it's definitely there to swirl the Electro. Just to shred that. I'm just gonna be a whale. Fuck it. I wish I could say that. All whaling will do is give you less gameplay. True. True. So my thing about like C6ing, as fun as it would be for some characters to have, I have a C6 Nuvolette because he's my favorite character in the entire game. So if you love the character enough to go for their C6, do that. But don't do it for every character. I think your bank account will cry. Cool, though I was planning to get Malvika's weapon first. I think we're running into the problem that potentially that they are running together, Malvika and Nicole. Everything gets old fast, especially on newer characters. I will say that, especially on newer characters. Nefer, I already have Columbina. Do you have Lauma? If you get Nefer, you need Lauma. Skirk was the one that's really started the trend of having another character as their primary source of support. Nefer is no different. To disagree. Yeah. Yeah, Forrest actually just wants to dumpster everything. Which I don't blame him. Unless you really like the character. Yep. Yes. This is why on my free-to-play account, back when I started in Fontaine, I had mostly support characters and not DPS. Because I wanted to pick up the sports. I got Baiju because Baiju was actually a really good fit for Fiorina as a support. So, because he was like the only one outside of like Charlotte that I could think of that I would have access to that did AoE healing. That's why I had Kazuha. It's why I got Shilonen. Come to think of it, like outside of Klee right now, I don't think I really had a use for Shilonen. Maybe Mualani. Don't have Lauma. My friend said get Nefer first before I focus on... No, other way around. Other way around. Get Lauma first because you can still do the Lunar Bloom with Lauma as an off-fielder and you can pair her with other characters. Never is hard to work without Lauma, yeah.
Something you wish to report? Go on.
That's how
You
good
have
he
my
is against the
undivided
Tulpa.
attention.
He cries. It's raining because he's so sad that you can't use him in that abyss. But I want to point out again, in all my knowledge for when I played the game, because I started in Fontaine, so I don't know anything before that. So you can correct me if I'm wrong if you are a 1.x vet. Have there been any characters that have been completely blocked out of doing the Spiral Abyss? Aside from Nuvolette. Because there have been 1 to 2 abysses that I can think of off the top of my head where both sides had like the Hydro Tulpa and then like Hydro Slimes or something else on the other side. So Nuvolette was completely locked out of it because he can't do damage to those. He's the only character I can think of that's ever been blocked out. Dio was a dumpster for the Abyss for ages. Okay. Try a fire elector with Malvika. That'd be like me trying to do it with Arlecchino. I do question some of the choices they have for Temper Thyself, because Kazuha's not there either, and his C1 is okay, but I don't think it's game-breaking. Oh, it's got warm in here. I'm going to have to change. Alright, let's go back to Not Cry. Oh, I just realized you typed out Enjo. I read it as enjoy, not Enjo. All right, I am going to go get some food. I'm going to shut my water bottle before I knock it down. And I will be back. We're going to flip over to Star Rail, do a little bit of stuff over there, and then we'll go into the free-to-play account, see what we can do over there. I got to remember to do the sack fragments. So hang tight, everybody. I'll be back.
Where'd we come from?
Turn that down. I mean, close. I made some chicken nuggies. But I made up the corn and rice mixture, so that takes like 6 minutes for the rice. Oh my god, I'm hungry though. What'd I miss? Since you had Idaho and Columbina. Yeah, even though you have Columbina, Lauma still would be the better pick. Because her and Forrest is right. Her and Lauma, Columbina and Lauma, would actually do some solid damage on their own without Nefer. And then Nefa would just actually wreck house, and then you can run pretty much anyone else for a main DPS, if I'm being honest. Like, they might not do a lunar reaction, but like you could run Malvika with that if you really wanted to. Or Arlie. I would probably try Arlie, if I'm being honest. Portrait of a middle-aged artist. Watch later. Yeah, Sparksy, what do you want? Alright, I'm definitely gonna have to set the auto very quickly, because I am actually starting to not feel awesome for not eating. Cupsies! Do I have Kafka? Nope. Trailsblaze mission, that's the new event. We got some more events. Well, we can just grab that for Hyacinth. Go, Auto, go! Okay, so Ash... Well, the trial party I have.
A day of peaceful
There's strength enough!
No need to hesitate. Your judgment
Trying to
brought you
trick
this-
me?
Mountains roar, dragons rise!
Let go.
Riding the west wind, away we go!
Fight to the death.
Earth shatters, heaven trembles! Soaring above the lands, this is permanence!
Eye for an eye. Fight to the death. Riddle with holes. Beasts slaughter each other. Eye for an eye.
Go, go, go!
Fight to the death. Eye for an eye.
Grasp of nature reaper!
I see through you. Fight to the death.
Serenity is before me. I will watch over you and guide you on your path.
Riding the west wind, away we go!
Beasts slaughter each other. Eye for an eye.
Go, go, go!
Fight to the death. Riddle with holes. Eye for an eye.
Soaring above the lands, this is permanence!
Fight to the death.
Entangle!
Beasts slaughter each other. Eye for an eye.
To be reborn.
I forgot it was the the mecha pom pom. All right, 1, 2. Ah, yes, I have to buy the nameless hour again. Shit, I don't even think I maxed it out last time. Which is really weird. Even with playing passively, I normally do. I won't worry about that too terribly much right now. But our goal, actually, for this patch is Hyacinth's Light Cone. Because I had to take the Herta one, the one from the Herta shop, off of her and put it on Cyrene, because Cyrene needed the speed terribly. So we might as well actually upgrade Hyacinth and get her Light Cone, or at least try to. But it's, which button? That button. So these are the characters I have. As you can see, I don't have... Bailu Downward is unleveled. What's that? No real 4 stars leveled? Yeah, they're absolutely useless. Some of them aren't really built either, like Himiko's not really built. But I primarily play Anaxa. I play Anaxa and Hyper Carry, so the team that you see up here is the one that I usually run. Although I did find out Cyrene is actually better than Sunday for him. Just because of the true damage. If I'm being really honest. In Apoc Shadow, going against Fei Zhao, he was doing 1 million per bounce. So, that was pretty good. But typically, like if I run Finon, I can't run that team for Anaxa. But I have Castorus. The Herta unfortunately fell off. And I just got Sparksy. Oh, she's doing her dance. You got to 36? All right, let's do... I mean, we'll go check out Divergent Universe. Can be unlocked. So we'll definitely go into Divergent Universe. We want... No, not that. I was right the first time. We want relics, because we do need to upgrade Sparksy, so. And I'm going to run this team, even though Cyrene is better for Anaxa. It takes forever for her to get her ulti, so Sunday is better for this kind of stuff. In my opinion.
My purse
And now I shall eat.
Trembles.
It's of no consequence.
I'll endure.
Serenity is before me. I will watch over you and guide you on your path.
With this divine power, I reforge all things. To the soul. Insanity.
Torment and doubt, farewell.
With this divine power, I reforge all things. To the soul. Insanity.
Soaring above the lands. This is permanence. I'll endure.
Step onto the board.
To the soul. With this divine power, I reforge all things.
Your downfall is absolute.
I'll endure.
Serenity is before me. I will watch over you and guide you on your path.
Insanity.
Torment and doubt, farewell.
With this divine power, I reforge all things.
Flailing beast.
It's of no consequence. Serenity is before me.
To the soul. Insanity. With this divine power, I reforge all things.
Soaring above the lands, this is permanence!
To the soul. Insanity.
Your downfall is absolute.
I will watch over you and guide you on your path. Torment and doubt, farewell.
With this divine power, I reforge all things.
Serenity is before me.
To the soul.
Earth shatters, heaven trembles! Soaring above the lands, this is permanence!
Torment and doubt, farewell.
With this divine power, I reforge all things. Insanity.
I will watch over you and guide you on your path.
With this divine power, I reforge all things.
Your downfall is absolute.
I have it under control.
Serenity is before me.
To the soul. Insanity. With this divine power, I reforge all things. To the soul. Insanity.
Torment and doubt, farewell. I will watch over you and guide you on your path.
With this divine power, I reforge all things.
Soaring above the lands, this is permanence!
To the soul. Insanity.
Getting hot in my little corner. No. No. Also, no. What? Speed feed. Meh. Well, I'll save that. Defense just wanted to come out to play today. Unfortunately, nothing I really need to roll for Sparksy, but it is what it is. Oops. All right, let's go into Anomaly. It's not going to give me anything, but I just want to see what we've got here. Anything new in here for the Stardust? Nothing I really care about picking up. So what do you have on the knights? Oh, all right, Sparksy goes on top. In the middle is Casterus, and the bottom is probably a Phynon. So it would be like this probably. So Sparksy, Sparkle, Tribby. We're gonna try this. I don't know how well it's gonna go. Because I don't have another healer. And then it's Casterus. So it'll be Casterus. Where are you? No, seriously, where are you? The Trailblazer. Evernight. Hyacinth. And then Finon. Saridra, Cyrene, and Don Hung. I do not know how well this is gonna go. And if they are giving out free for Hua Hua, technically, I might have to get her just so that Sparksy can get buffed. But we'll see. We'll see.
Trouble ahead. Proceed. I'm with you.
There's strength in number. Watch this. Comet Barrage.
Repay.
Beep beep. Low battery in sight. Feeling spiffy? Can you find the answer? Go, go, go! Transform! Geek! 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 Riding the west wind, away we go! Congrats to you! Don't move.
Stretch.
Party till the end of the world! Let's go! Sign the contract! Yeah! Sign the contract!
Receive divinity. The dead return!
Feeling spiffy? Can you find the answer? Let's go! Geek!
Stretch. Bloom. Nothing major.
Stealing my height! Don't move. Geek! Punishment!
Receive divinity. Repay. The dead return!
Riding the west wind, away we go!
I underestimated you.
Resonate with me.
Feeling spiffy? Can you find the answer? Go, go, go! Party till the end of the world! Let's go!
Leave it to me! Actually, for justice!
A tuning mistake.
Don't move. Geek! Geek punishment! Delivering word!
Mission break!
Riding the west wind, away we go!
Everything is in my hands!
Feeling spiffy? Can you find the answer? Go, go, go!
Bloom. The dead return!
Let's go!
Not according to
Geek!
stretch. Time stretch.
To you!
Time stretch.
Intermission break!
Recite the fantasticide the contract!
It's your turn.
Show's over.
Leave it to me.
It's a heavy note!
Riding the west wind, away we go!
Locha might not be enough. And I don't know if he would be enough for Finon.
Look
So
at
let's
today's gift count.
Alright, this one is Casterus. This should be catered to her enough. I don't know if an Axo would be enough instead of Sparksy. Sparksy just does enough like a lot of damage. So let's try Casterus here.
That one is hard to persuade. Let's observe first.
Play night.
Deja vu.
Emerge from your cocoon. May death protect us!
So make them wait.
We can do it!
Me.
Wilt hear.
Rise and shine. Treat our guests nicely.
Embrace a new life. May death protect us!
Have some sunshine. Dispel the gloom. Restore the skies. Gotta stop them here. Till we meet again.
Embrace a new life. May death protect us!
Your time to shine. Night falls. Shh. Good night. Rise and shine. So make them wait. That's mean. Mimi!
We can do anything!
Mimi!
As you wish. Embrace a new life. May death protect us!
As we've written! Amen! Gotta stop them here! Have some fun. Till we meet again.
Alright, nom nom.
Dispel the gloom! Restore the skies!
This is kind of nasty, if I'm being
Embrace
honest.
a new life. May death protect us!
Ow.
Wilt hear.
So make them wait.
Embrace a new life. May death protect us!
Treat our guests nicely. Night falls. Shh. Good night. Rise and shine.
You can do it!
This bugger just does
We
not
can
want to
do
go down.
anything!
Me.
As you wish.
Have some sunshine.
Is he seriously gonna take a dragon just to
Embrace a
take
new
you out?
life. May death protect
No,
us!
probably not, actually. Yeah.
Again. Till we meet again.
A new ending!
Mimi!
here.
Egads.
Embrace a new life.
All right, this should take it out.
Dispel the gloom, restore the skies.
May death protect us!
Your time to shine. Rise and
Seriously?
shine. That's me.
Oh my god.
Have some sunshine.
Embrace a new life.
Night falls. Shh. Good night.
Sheesh. And there's still 2 phases
May
on this
death
bastard.
protect us!
Have some fun. Till we meet again.
We can do anything!
I'm okay. Embrace a new life. May death protect us! As you wish.
Again, again. Rise and shine.
Embrace a new life. May death protect us!
Dispel the gloom, restore the skies.
A new ending.
Mimi! Have some sunshine.
Embrace a new life. May death protect us!
Damn.
Root here.
Yeah, there goes 1 star.
Embrace a new life.
Alright, so now we're on
May
phase
death
2.
protect us!
Ouch. Treat our guests nicely. Night falls. Shh. Good night. Till we meet again.
You just don't learn.
Embrace a new life. May death protect us!
Now. Quit it.
Don't be rash. Don't make them wait.
I'm still here.
Min. Me.
We can do anything!
As you wish. Embrace a new life. May death protect us!
Have some fun. Rise and shine.
Embrace a new life.
Alright, that should be KO.
May death protect us!
Juice. Alright, so that could 2-star it. That's fine. So now we gotta see about Lygus. I don't think Finon's gonna be able to survive this without Don Hong.
No need to hesitate. Your judgment brought you this far.
Turn over this eternal. A direct offensive.
Light up the dawn.
Step onto the board.
Mountains roar, dragons rise! Earth shatters, heaven trembles! Soaring above the lands, this is permanence!
A bloody fight. Your downfall is absolute. Flowers bloom for tomorrow.
For tomorrow. I'm fine.
I'll endure.
I can't let them down.
Mountains roar, dragons rise!
A future will come.
And he's gonna hold on to Kislana because of Cyrene. Which is fine.
Earth shatters, heaven trembles! Soaring above the lands, this is permanence!
Really? Really, Don Hung? You couldn't kill that?
For tomorrow, a future will come.
Stars, shine for the heroes.
Now we're in
Memories
Kislana.
waiting to be woken up by a shooting star. Remember me with love. May world-bearing ignite the dawn. Don't blink. May law walk into the stars. Rewrite destruction with me!
Your downfall is absolute.
Have we heard anything about an elation sustain?
Soaring above
Like
the
in the
lands,
rumor mill?
This is permanence!
Fury
It's
of
needed.
innumerable core flames consume me. Hail the new dawn. Is that all? Quench the flames with blood. Is that all?
Should be the counter here.
Is that all? Branded with strife. You sun tear the sky.
And here comes Legus. No?
Quench the flames with blood.
Uh-oh.
Is that
Really? There's 2 waves before Legus?
Remember agony. Hail the new dawn. You sun tear the sky. The show is
There he
over.
is.
So without substance. Hail the new dawn. Transmute. Eidos of Nous. All stars burn to ash. You sun tear the skies. Empty shell. Protocol warning. Ether infused. So without substance. Witness truth mounting commands. Remove vulnerabilities. Hail the new dawn.
Is coming? I assume one of you.
You sun tear the sky.
Okay. The thing that's really annoying me with HSR is that there's only really 2 good sustains. It's Hyacine and it's Don Hung. So to do Anomaly, you definitely need somebody really, really good, and Locha just can't keep up. Ooh, are you actually gonna take him out? Yeah, he might actually pop out of Kislana.
All stars burn to ash.
Even on the on the KO, he gets out of Kislana.
Innumerable core flames consume me. Hail the new dawn.
He has 2 hit points.
All stars
Ow!
burn to ash.
Okay,
Soaring
Fine
above
on
the
Night might not be the
lands,
stop
this
here.
is permanence!
So you know what I think I need to do? I think I need to use an Axa. We'll see.
That won't work, you know.
I'll endure.
That won't work, you know.
Flailing beast.
That won't work, you
Because we
know.
still haven't taken
Your
out one of the shields
downfall
yet.
is absolute.
The Trojan horse enters.
Don't blink. Rewrite destruction with me. Don't blink. Cleanse hatred with love.
Return to a pyro.
Flailing beast.
It killed Finon?
Your downfall is absolute.
Take the answer.
Future will come.
Uh-oh.
For tomorrow. fury of innumerable core flames consume me. You sun, tear the sky! Resolution. Quench the flames of blood.
Oh, fine on. You just killed yourself.
Inteliki. Branded with strife. Hail the new dawn. The theory of forms. Mounting commands. Remove vulnerabilities. Quench the flames of blood. Is that all?
Yeah, we...
Topology ritual.
Okay, you should counter here.
Is that all? Remember agony! You sun, tear the sky! Hail the new dawn! Return
Shit.
to a pyro! So without substance. Transmute. Process. Is that all? You sun, tear the sky! All stars burn to ash. Hail the new dawn. Protocol 1.
Alright, as long as he can survive here, it's fine.
Empty shell.
So 1 star with fine on. But yeah, there was no way that he's going to survive with Locha. Even Ling Shaw isn't that great. I don't know what to actually say about that at this point. Because, like, Locha is the only thing I have. Sunday is not going to be the sauce here. Because we're going to lose way too many skill points if I use him. I could try an Axa, but I don't think he's going to do as much damage as Sparksy. So we'll try Sparksy one more time. Otherwise, I'm going to have to try to think of something else.
Trouble ahead. Proceed. I'm with you.
There's strength enough. Watch this. Comet Barrage.
Pay.
Low battery transform. Don't move. Can you find the answer? Riding the west wind, away we go! Congrats to you! Feeling spiffy? Geek, geek, geek. Party till the end of the world! Go, go, go! Yeah! Sign the contract! Yeah!
It's your turn.
I mean, yeah, if you're going to hit anyone, please hit Tribby.
Leave it to me. Receive divinity. Repay.
Ow!
Don't move. Can you find the answer? Go, go, go! Geek.
Owie! Oh my god, Locha!
West wind, away we go! Feeling spiffy? Geek?
Bloom. The dead return! Leave it to me! Receive divinity. I shall bring judgment!
Can you find the answer?
Jesus Christ, poor fucking Sparkle.
Punishment! Party till the end of the world! So ill!
Really?
Bloom. Repay.
That hurt!
Resonate with me.
Feeling spiffy? Stand up! Delivering warmth! Riding the west wind! Away we go!
Not according to plan.
Ouch, ouch, ouch!
The dead return! Receive divinity.
Can you find the answer? Don't move.
Where are you hiding?
Interesting.
Uh-oh.
Fashion.
Leave me alone.
Yep, we're dead.
The price of justice.
Feeling spiffy? Can you find the answer?
Because we already had Casper's go off once.
Party till the end of the world!
Tribby, Tribby, bring up Locha, please.
The west wind, away we go!
Bloom. The dead return!
Oh,
Repay.
Tribby coming in clutch. Owie. Fuck you and your chicken.
Right is power.
Stretch.
Inspiration? Where is it?
Oh, Locha. Oh, Locha.
Where are you hiding?
Can you find the answer?
Absolutely. Bloom.
And fruit pies.
The dead return!
Feeling spiffy? Stand up! Riding the west wind, away we go!
Oh, come on. Leave Sparkle alone. And she's dead.
Resonate with me.
Receive
Oh.
divinity.
At 66, yeah, I'm not even gonna do it, I don't think.
Till the end of the world!
Not according to plan.
Super big meanie!
Bloom. Repay. The dead return! Time stretch.
Riding the west wind, away we go!
I underestimated you.
Stand up!
Stretch.
Super big meanie!
Resonate with me.
Hey.
Time stretch.
Fortune!
See you next episode.
No, no stars.
I
See if
underestimated
we can
you.
even
Receive
survive.
divinity.
Delivering warmth!
The dead return!
Strong enough.
Riding the west wind, away we go! Punishment!
God, tickle. Still not strong.
Party till the end of the world! Go, go, go!
Yeah, you can see that she doesn't have Sparkle's buff.
Interesting.
And 4. Last turn.
Receive divinity. Bloom. Repay. The dead return!
Strong enough.
Oh, okay. Do I need the star to get to the king in check? Or do I just need to complete it? Just need to complete it. Okay. That's the first time ever I've never gotten a star on one of the knights. King in check. Congratulations for all allies. Okay. Target's damage dealt increase. Palmy's allies. Alloy Palmy? What the hell is that? Mecha Pum Pum! Alright, so we can try it with Sparksy. But this time we can use Dawn Hong. So, Sparksy, Sparkle, Tribby, Dawn Hong. So let's give this a shot.
No need to hesitate.
It's also physical.
Your
We could
judgment
try
brought you
Fine
this
on.
far.
There's strength in number. Watch this. Comet barrage.
Earth shatters, heaven trembles.
Charging up.
That
Mountains
stupid
roar,
stingray.
dragons
God
rise.
damn.
Soaring above the lands. This is permanence!
Go, go, go! Riding the west wind, away we go! Don't move. Can you find the answer? Stand up!
Earth shatters, heaven trembles.
Like that, huh? Party till the end of the world! Go, go, go! Feeling spiffy? Punishment! Riding the west wind, away we go!
Soaring above the lands. This is permanence!
Can you find the answer?
Yeesh.
Charging up. Damage. Pinwheel punch.
No! We need the Dargon.
Feeling my height.
Ah, shit. You got Tribby, too.
Like that, huh? Don't move. Stand up! Can you find the answer?
A little late on that, Sparkle.
Congrats to you! Party till the end of the world!
Soaring above the lands. This is permanence!
Hands on
Riding the
Trivy.
west wind, away we go!
Ooh.
Feeling my height. Feeling spiffy? Geek, 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 punishment!
So close. The thing is so close to being dead. Ugh.
You find the answer. Riding the west wind, away we go! Don't move. Geek. Party till the end of the world!
The world is
All right, Mecha Pom Pom. Let's go.
Soaring above the lands, this is permanent!
Huge news! Eliminate pity! Insufficient cleaning power! Feeling spiffy? Can you find the answer?
What is this little cleaning car that Pom Pom is in?
Cleaning begins! Sweep away pain together! Do not disturb! Riding the west wind, away we go! Don't move. Stand up!
Soaring above the lands, this is permanence!
Can you find the answer?
Dee. Brought up Don Hung. No, it's not gonna really do
Earth
much.
shatters, heaven trembles!
Deep cleaning mode activated. Insufficient cleaning power. Feeling spiffy? Geek? Geek? Punishment! Party till the end of the world! Riding the west wind, away we go! Dang it! Congrats to you!
I'm already down 2 cycles. Ugh.
Soaring above the lands, this is permanence!
Cleaning begins! Can you find the answer? Don't move. Stand up! Sweep away pain together! Do not disturb!
Mountains roar, dragons rise!
Delivering warmth!
I mean, honestly, Don Hung is one of the best sustains. His shield is way too good.
Spiffy? Geek? Punishment!
More often than not, I'm not afraid of dying with him.
Of the world! Go!
Unfortunately, we're gonna make it to the 4th cycle here.
Can you find the answer? Do not insufficient cleaning power! Dang it!
Earth shatters,
Yeah.
heaven trembles!
We haven't even made it to the
Soaring
2nd
above
phase
the
yet.
lands,
Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna
this
beat
is
Mecha. Mecha Pom Pom. Kind of almost a waste of Sparksy's turn here.
Don't bother me!
Mountains roar, dragons rise!
Do not disturb!
Party till the end of the world!
Get it, Pom Pom! Oh, that's
Deep
good.
cleaning mode activated! This place is dirty! Insufficient cleaning power!
Soaring above the lands, this is permanent!
Won't stop working!
Riding the west wind, away we go!
Won't stop working!
Don't move. Can you find the answer?
Oh no, here he goes!
Sweep away pain
Earth
together!
shatters, heaven trembles!
Aha! The aha to kill. Yep. Alright, we got the 1 star. That's fine. It's usually what I get. It's usually what I get, but I can clear it. It's cool. Yay! Suit you best. Let me break it down for you. All the top notch in the industry. What kind of collaboration? Go find my boss. No, I want Boba. Boba's good. Team up with your friends and all you'll start a lineup live stream. How about it? Sparksicle and friends. Who's friends? Is it from me? Exposure? Are you gonna say exposure? But sure, naming rights, so the full title means Sparksicle, Gray Hair, and Friends. And I don't have any connections. Oh, I miss seeing those little combos. They're always fun. And we did get an achievement while we were in there. Got 2. During combat against the Daybreak Squadron, hit them with a specific type. Attack well in the Daybreak force field. Okay. In the battle against Alloy Mechatron, King Pom Pom, remove its steam wash state. I don't have a 10 pull, right? No. No. And I'm just 1 pull in because I just did like a silly little pull, right? Yeah. Alright, let's just do some singles. I'm okay with doing singles and building pity on this regardless if I get it or not. Nope. I wish it had DDV though. One more? One more. Nope. Nopers. Okay. That's fine. All right, let's go over to the F2P account. I will just do a little bit over there. As I mentioned, there isn't much I can do at this moment in time to fix it. Because I don't know where I'm standing with Klee until we get her C1. Aside from that, it's literally just level weapons and get some artifacts. But I'll be right back with the F2P account, so hang tight. Change this back to Genshin. I will do Divergent Universe tomorrow. We'll go in and unlock the new one. I just happen to be standing right in front of Anomaly. That's why I was like, oh, I'll just do that really quick. Quote unquote, really quick. Because it is probably the longest thing I could auto and actually eat. So, it's definitely in my best interest to, you know, consume food. As for the actual fights, like I said, I think that's the first time I've never been able to get 1 star on one of the nights. And it makes sense that I didn't get 1 star. If Sparkle had lived, I probably could have. But yeah, if it wasn't for Trivy doing some of that DDD shenanigans, like, that would have been another game over. My near Catherine, I am.
Add Astra.
Alright, let's go and do Artifact Route. I probably am capped on resin too, aren't I? Yeah, I would be, yes. Do I have condensed? Can I condense something? I can condense, so we'll just condense it. We'll just condense it, even though we're just gonna do a little bit of, some weapon farming.
Add Astra.
Right, I still like going through the book. And I just like going through the book because I have seen it where, because this happened to Forrest, like, he claimed it just by going through Catherine, and it seemed like it didn't claim the weekly progress for
Add
Temper
Astra.
Thyself. So I just want to make sure we get it. Just want to make sure we get it. Alright, let's go into the artifact route, because we know we need to. Traveler's Tales in Mondstadt. Okay. We'll do this too. Rosaria! Where are you, Rosaria? Are you? Oh yeah, you're drinking with Venti. And still not voiced. I shouldn't
My
be
sister,
surprised.
your eyes darted
But
for
Venti is.
I doubt the travelers. I'd wager. Come. How about a drink with... Don't be a stranger. Why not? Thank you, good sister, for answering my prayer in my out. But in doing, as the beneficiary of that sterling deed, I would very much like to toast you on this most beautiful day.
To alcoholism.
To our precious days of freedom.
Yeah, that too.
Cheers!
Let's be real, the Travelers is probably just like apple juice or something. Alright, now I don't have one.
Ha! Sha!
You weren't even lined up correctly to do that. That's funny. Now, if I remember right, I think the sack frags only needs like 1 to 2 runs effectively. Like, it was close to being done. I could be wrong though. But I want to say it was the sack frags I was thinking of. And I got those ores yesterday when I was on Klee. Hello, how you doing? Chilling on Genshin, meaning that I've been playing Genshin until lunchtime when I went to Honkai Star Rail. So I was playing my main account, and now I'm back on Genshin. So I started on Genshin, and then I said with, meaning playing Honkai Star Rail when I ate my lunch, because I let the game play itself.
Chew on this! Look, right?
The long sleep beckons. Observe.
I'm not quite sure how to explain it any other way. I started my stream playing Genshin, so I'm just chilling on Genshin, doing whatever it was on my main account. And then with Honkai Star Rail, meaning at lunchtime, I flipped to Honkai Star Rail. And I played it while I ate my lunch because I can auto it. And now I'm back on Genshin. I don't think there's any other way for me to explain that. I'm sorry. I mean, I guess the best way to put it, like if I were to rewrite the title, it would just be like chilling on Genshin, then HSR at lunchtime. So replace with then. Oh, you're just joking. Okay. That's fine. I got 1 chicken. Yeah, not much to do on my FTP account right now. And that's okay. I just seriously don't want anyone to be confused is all. But I do understand, just because something makes sense to me, doesn't make sense to somebody else as well. So, again, one word, I could have easily changed that and it probably would have read a little bit better. Not really. I'll try to give advice where I can, but not really overall, like, account reviews. You know, that puzzle looks different on my main. Did I not do that on my main? Now I'm curious. Am I gonna go check it? No, I'm not. And I'll probably forget that I even said that.
Good luck!
Oh my god, I know.
Stand clear. Enhanced animal module 75.
Be silent. Close your eyes. Do you fear the dark?
I know ER is being kind of
Be
a butt.
silent. Done.
I can't. That's not an artifact. Whoops. I can't mainly because I'm playing on console, so I can't really switch between accounts. But what are you, like, who are you maining? Like, who are you playing? And my actual question to anybody seeking advice is, are your characters leveled? Are their weapons leveled? Are their talents leveled? Your artifacts should be the last thing you do. I am on NA, yes. If you have your characters displayed, I'll quickly take a look after I finish this, if you would like. But just know certain characters I might not have any advice for because I personally do not have them. An example of this would be like Malvika. Malvika good, I understand that. Neither account actually has Malvika. Because I was unlucky. Well, on this account I was unlucky. I never went for her on my main. What? Heavy hitter Malvika not be on main? Why? Because I have Arlecchino. And I like Early. Just be harsh on the characters I have. Alright, first question I'm going to have before I even look at anything. Are you free to play?
Insulation chamber absorption test.
Beware the creatures of the night.
I love that. Did you miss Sucrose? That thing should have died. You're free to play? Okay. The reason why is because free to play investment versus even a low budget spender is a vast difference. So, like, this is my free to play account. My free to play account is nowhere near as good as my main account, where I've spent a little bit of money. That's why. So I can be as harsh as I want to be, but I have to have an understanding of the investment put in. Okay, your BP Welkin. That's a little bit different. So you get a little bit more of options when it comes to weapons, like using Wolf Fang for a sword for on some characters. The death match, all that stuff. Honestly, and I've said this many times, if I were to recommend Genshin to anybody, like obviously start out free to play to see if you like the gameplay and its mechanics and all that stuff. And if you decide to stick with it, if you can budget out doing BP Welkin, that's probably the best way to play the game. In my opinion. Because I used because it's $15 for a total of both. And when my husband and I kind of just flipped over to playing Genshin instead of playing 14, it's like, oh, that's literally the sub fee for 14. So if you want to consider it a sub fee for the game, you can do that too. Like, it's an easy way just to think about budgeting, spending money on something like Genshin. But this account is 100% pure free to play, and it's agony. I'm not even joking. Because I have had some terrible luck on 50/50s. I've tried for Malvika twice and lost the 50/50 or didn't even get enough primos to get the guarantee on her. So, yeah. Nope, I have a balloon down there. It can stay down there. Goodbye, transport balloon.
Look, a rainbow! Cleanup sequence initiated. Swirl, Mark 2.
Thank you, Sucrose, for gathering my materials. Oops. Alright, almost done with the artifact route. I just have two more spots to hit. And then I will take a Ganda. the other one vanished really quick.
Ding dong, water bomb!
Defensive mode engaged.
Stand clear!
The long sleep beckons.
Oh, I was hitting that. I thought it was a slime for some reason. Okay. Okay, C1 Malvika. C2. Alright, so let's go Skirk, because I do own Skirk on my main. Azure Light, R1. C0. 72, 221. That's about what mine is, actually. And it looks like you might have the same issue I have. That is solid. That is a solid, flower. Okay, I would like to go this way. Alright. Very nice. Off sands. I almost said off field. Very solid. Onset cryo. Okay, that rolled fairly good. Energy recharge is unfortunate, but rolled fairly well. And the helmet base. Okay, I find that to be really solid on a crit rate piece. I'm actually really surprised it doesn't like it, just because it doesn't have attack on it. It has enough crit damage, dang it. So very good Skirk. Like I said, it's about my ratio I have on my main. I think I have mine might be just slightly lower in crit rate. Beanie. Prototype Amber, okay. And Silken, alright. I'm okay with Silken. Oh, that's a pretty good one. That's an excellent one for Bina, actually. Ooh, ooh, that's a sexy piece. I like that one. Okay, very good. Could use some ER on that, but that's fine. Got ER here, double crit, which rolled really well. Crit damage. Okay, crit damage circlet. I ain't gonna complain about that. I'm trying to remember. What is the ER requirement on Bina? Because I think mine has like 160 and she does it fine, so 150 might be alright. You got lucky. On those pieces, I'll say. Malvika I don't have, but I am curious. I'm going to assume you're on Codex, so that puts her at 94 over 225. She is R1. Alright, let me take a gander at these pieces. How good you get? Ooh! Oh, that's nice. With a little bit of elemental mastery. Excellent. Getting the hiccups, I apologize. Ah, she has like an Arlie feather. On my main, I have a feather like this for Arlecchino, and I'm like, I ain't changing it for nothing. 30 crit damage. Love it. With elemental mastery. Again, ER is unfortunate, but I ain't gonna complain about those two rolls at all. Okay. Alright, yeah, double crit. It rolled okay into the crit damage. I mean, she's not an HP scaler, but honestly, if anything can help her stay alive, I would take it. But yeah, if you can find another one that has not crit, attack percent or EM, obviously that would be better, but that's solid. And headpiece. Oh, she's on a crit rate headpiece. Okay. 20 crit damage. All right. Again, substats could be way better, but that puts her at 94. So, again, that's like my Arlecchino situation with the crit rate circlet. I have like a 99 with doing cryo resonance crit rate over just over 200. So I can't complain about that. 225 with R1 and everything. I can't complain about that. Again, I don't have Malvika, so you'd have to tell me. Maizabai is C0, R0. You are R1. And I'm assuming you're on her set, so 80? Over 300. Holy moly. Holy moly. That's not the flower. I wanted the flower first, but that's okay. Very good. Very good. Excellent split. Defense percent. Okay. It got Elemental Mastery on there with crit rate, crit damage. Rolled really well into the crit damage. Not going to complain. Defense percent. That's all right. I mean, she doesn't necessarily need the ER, but a little is not going to hurt her. Now, why are you saying you don't like this? No, seriously, why are you saying you don't like this? It rolled really well into crit rate. And it has defense percent. That's really weird. This game is funny when it comes to the glowing pieces. Navia. Hello, Navia. 67 over 222. Are you by the crit rate certificate? You have verdict. Okay. You've actually, for being a budget spender and everything with just BP Welkin, you actually have some solid builds just because you have their signatures. All right, Navia. Okay, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's also good. Attack double crit. Okay, I can see not much in the way to really improve that outside of maybe a little bit of ER. But yeah, no, that's fairly decent. Geo? Oh, solid Geo. Love that. Crit damage with, again, really good crit rate. The only thing it really would need is attack percent. So you do run around the crit damage circlet. So 67, like I still, for me personally, I'd rather have like in the 70s for crit rate if I can help it. But with the crit damage circlet, yours is definitely better than my Navia, because my Navia is unfortunately sitting at 50-something crit rate on a crit damage circlet. But overall, pretty solid for Navia. You skipped a lot of characters, though. And that's fine. That's fine. You have pieces to make solid teams, I'm pretty sure. Like, I'm not seeing too much in the way of supports. Right here, of course. I don't have Albedo. I don't have Claran, but I am kind of curious. 71 over 224. On the Mist Splitter. Okay. And she's on Whimsy, so she's on her set. Okay, that's pretty good. Looks like it rolled a little low on some stuff, but at least it has attack and crit. Okay, that's pretty solid. Ooh, that's a good split. I like that. Okay, on set too. This is good. And she's on crit damage with a 71. See, that's the split I'm normally looking for if I run a crit damage circlet. I feel that 70 is respectable. 80 is asking for a little much sometimes. You have the supports, but they aren't on the showcase. But I mean, that's perfectly fine. So like, for example, I don't have Nefer. No offense to people who play Nefer. I just don't like her gameplay. But like saying that you have Columbina, we know you have Bina. And it's like, oh yeah, I have Lama. You have the perfect setup for Nefer, and I have no qualms with saying that she's gonna shine. So again, normally she's gonna be on her set, so she's at 84. 84 over 309. Ooh. And she's on her SIG. This is the other thing I'm noticing. Outside of the DPSs I've checked with Clarand, you have the SIG for most of them. We have shinies. And elemental mastery. Excellent. Okay. This one, again, this seemed like it low rolled in some aspects, but not bad. Elemental mastery sands. Okay. I'm not sure about the ER requirement on Nefer. EM double crit, okay. And it looks like it hit the flat HP a couple times. As it wants to do. And again, I think that's solid. Getting at least 10% crit rate on a crit damage circlet, thumbs up in my book, if I'm being perfectly honest. Especially on a DPS, you need their SIGs, right? It really depends. More so nowadays, it really feels like it. And I know zilch about Wanderer, but the ratio looks really, really tight. All right. And for curiosity's sake, I'm going to take a peek at Eula, because my free-to-play account actually has Eula, so you have the weapon I would have on her as well. We have Beacon. 86 over 212, okay. And she's on 4-piece Pale Flame. Oh. Ooh, that's a nice flower. Also good. Also good. It looks like it missed the HP, so can't complain about that. Attack Sands. Good attack Sands. Unfortunate on the defense roll. Oh, that's pretty. That is pretty. It literally missed one roll into the, like 1 to 2 rolls into the HP, didn't it? All depending on how high it rolled. But that crit damage, she still doesn't. I feel that, actually. And then it's always the circlet. Crit damage could be a little bit higher. We know that, unfortunately. What's the ER? 123? I should check mine. Overall, very solid. Very solid showcase on your DPSs, especially the later DPSs like Skirk. So excellent. So let me take a gander here in comparison. So as we see, I have Eula here. This is what mine looks like. Although I don't think, actually, are you one? No, you're not. Who has your sword, Dea? So mine would be 81 over 213. So it's kind of close on what you had. And mine's on 2-piece because every time I went for Pale Flame, it was a pain in the ass and didn't want to get me anything. But you're right, she still doesn't crit. Who do you think you should improve? Honestly, nobody. I think your ratios are actually really solid outside of a couple pieces that misrolled.
Come from?
And we turn off Paimon. Turn off Paimon. Outside of a couple pieces that misrolled, like on, I think there was a piece on Malvika and a piece on Skirk that rolled into ER. You would definitely want to find a piece that has not ER on it. So even a flat would probably be better than a complete dead stat like ER for those two, because they don't use it. But that literally would be nitpicking on going to farm for pieces or trying the strong box for them. So if you're not going for like the leaderboards, like top 1% kind of situation, I think they're pretty solid. The only other thing that you could do just to alleviate the problem, if you really wanted to replace those pieces, is craft them. But I don't know if you want to actually use your elixirs on that front. As for getting their like signatures and stuff like that, nowadays it feels a little bit more so that they would need them. By comparison, my free-to-play account has Flynn's. Flynn's is C0R0, which bugs me. So you look here. So his ER is 151. And there are times it feels like his ER is still a little bit scuffed, but he only really needs 140-ish if he does not have his signature or his first constellation. And his ratio right now is 84 over 199. So again, it could be higher on both, but trying to get the pieces to make that better is a little bit harder. So like this is the feather he's wearing. It has crit rate, but he needs the ER, and that's why I'm not replacing it, because he has his special burst. That's what he revolves around. This is his flower. His flower is excellent. I crafted the sands because I was not getting an attack sands worthwhile. It kept looking like this. So whereas this is fine and has the ER I would want, it would lower his crit rate to the point where it's too low for me. He needs higher crit rate more than my main does because he is not using his signature. So he doesn't have the high base attack on the signature from the signature. His attack sands, again, I would totally change this out, but it has the high ER and he needs it. And then I crafted this because, again, I just wasn't getting the piece I needed and it rolled like poo. You farmed for years in Pale Flame? I bet. There was the first attempt at making the free-to-play account a little bit smoother. My husband and I were both determined to try to make Eula good because she was the only real DPS I had for a while, and we just kept getting bupkis. So trust, I know. I know what that means. So for the characters on your showcase, I don't think you really need to improve upon anything outside of the nitpicky pieces, and that's only if you want to. If you ever find your damage slipping, like that little bit of crit not happening or something like that, because you know the old phrase, if it ain't 100%, it's 50% when it's crit, you know? And you mentioned you had all the supports for the characters that were in your showcase. So, zero doubt, I think you're doing excellent. You understood the assignment. The game forgot about physical. It did. I am very, very curious as to what's going to happen if the rumors are true that the knights are going to get updated. Excuse me. If they're actually going to see some buffs. Because, yeah, if Eula sees some buffs that were as beneficial as, like, the Hexarai was for Klee, I think that'll be fun. You have 4 gacha games. I have 2, but I have 2 Genshin accounts. I have my free-to-play and my main, and then I play Honkai Star Rail. Or rather, Honkai Star Rail plays itself. I just build the characters. And for you to have a solid Genshin account makes you happy, I applaud you. I applaud you a lot. You're a budget spender with just doing BP Welkin. You understood the assignment and what the characters would need in terms of their team compositions. So yes, you did sacrifice to get certain things, but it's more than likely paying off for you from what I can see on the DPS. So as long as you're having fun with the characters you do pick, the one thing like I will want to say, like, pick the characters you do like and get their playmates. But obviously don't force yourself to play a character you do not like. Because what's the fun in that? So my free-to-play account, I kind of went about it wrong because I knew it was going to be a struggle with some resources like Primos. What I didn't count on was all the losses I suffered on this account. And that was where a lot of missteps happened for me. So it's a little bit harder for me to have fun on the free-to-play. But we're trying to fix it, and so far it's shaping up all right. It still has a lot of work, but no, it's doing good. You do want to make Eula meta one day again? I applaud that. If anybody's favorite character got outclassed, you want to be able to play them in some way, shape, or form. And when I started this account, my goal was Klee because I fell in love with that character the moment I played the game because she's just adorable and I love the quote unquote free spirit that she is. And now seeing her with her mom, that is hysterical. So I'm happy to say my free-to-play account. Wow. Voice. Words. I did finally get Klee. We pre-farmed the Hexarai set for her. This is what she looks like right now, which
so
she obviously needs more crit rate. Unfortunately, this account does not have Lost Prayer. So she's a little scuffed. But Eula? We tried. And one day maybe she'll sing. She also is C1, will be C2 at some point. That's just an unfortunate side effect of losing on the Chronicle Wish. But where else did my missteps come from? Well, quite a few losses actually fell onto Tainari. Which isn't bad. Tainari is still probably the best of the standard characters. It's that. I could have had 3 other weapons, by the way. But they wanted to give me the Amos bow. I don't know why. They just wanted. Klee is honestly a menace in disguise. She really is. But Tainari got C4 of a 5-star weapon, which I can't complain that it is a 5-star weapon. It's not the best for him, if I'm being honest, but he makes it work, and he's the highest constellation on this account. And I still can do Temper Thyself for him, too. So there's that. But these are all the 5-stars I have, except for... who's not up there? Chi-Chi? Chi-Chi and Jean? And D-Luke. Yeah, I tried D-Luke too when I needed a Pyro DPS. That was a mistake. And I like D-Luke as a character too, by the way. He just didn't work on this account. Jean and Chi-Chi. Jean might see the light of day. Not so much Chi-Chi. But there was just a lot of missteps because I wanted a character I didn't play on my main. UFC 1 for Ganyu? I wish I liked bow characters more, because Ganyu would have been one of the ones I went after on the Chronicle Wish. And that's the thing, this account fell into the Chronicle Wish trap. Because I'm like, I haven't seen these characters before, because they don't rerun them. I should probably try to get them. And lo and behold, I can't clear content, really, with them. Klee might be the exception, because she got buffed with the Hexarai. Durin is only here, like, I can use him with Klee, but right now that composition doesn't really work. The best team comp I have for Klee right now is Shalonen / Bennett, because it's about the same DPS. Shalonen / Bennett with Fiorina and Mona for Klee. So I can't use Durin. Durin was originally gotten for Mualani. I hate Mualani with a passion. She was a big mistake on this account. She is clunky as fuck, and I have no idea how to fix it. And when testing her DPS, this is what's crazy. She is a Natlan character. So Natlan characters should out DPS, I don't know, Tainari. A standard Sumeru character. I don't care the constellation level. I don't care that he has a standard 5-star weapon. Keep in mind, he doesn't really utilize anything a part of that, really. She does 20k less DPS than he does, which is insane. Chaska's fine. Chaska was actually one of the fun ones. I personally don't like Plunge, so I'm not going to say Veresa was a mistake on the account, because my husband does play this account too and helps me with the endgame when I struggle with it, so he can utilize Veresa just fine. So she was a strong ad, but the decisions I've made on this account were not terrific. Flynn's was an accident. I went for cons on Ino, and I was at 0 pity, and he decided, hey, I'm going to come home on this account too. I hope you don't mind, within the first 10 pull. No, I should have stayed on the character screen. Where's Nahida? Are you Electro or are you Pyro? Electro. Which, honestly, I know doesn't actually need to do anything, but I would like to get her back up.
Annihilation mode.
Enhanced Animal Module 75.
The night cometh.
Bonk. Alright, we'll get this. I think we'll just spend all the resin in here, because I'll use these at some point for another thing too. I think the Badlands actually uses the chain as well. I don't need to do Ino, so I just need to go
Ultimatum protocol.
Swirl, Mark 2. Animal Test 6308. Stand clear. Absorption Test.
Preparing for dust up.
Animal
Switch, please.
hypostasis
Thank you.
simulation. Stand clear. Absorption test.
The long sleep beckons.
Going for Linnea, but don't know if I should go for her weapon or use Skyward Harp. Unfortunately, I don't know exactly what her kit is going to be. Outside of sustain for and buffing for Zibai. Is she a sub DPS? That's a question I don't know the answer to.
Ultimatum protocol. Cleanup sequence
For the
initiated.
I mean, honestly, if you're going for like absolute like min-max most damage, then yes, everybody would need their signature more than likely.
Animal Test 6308.
So if you want the maximum amount of damage, yeah, I would go for her sig. But if you're not really worried about the damage too much, I would say you could do the Skyward Harp if you're going for damage. With something you already have, and then just save the wishes for something else that's coming along, like Nicole or anything like that. Okay, game, you done? Okay.
Annihilation mode. Defensive mode engaged.
Animal hypostasis emulation. Absorption test. Animal Test 6308.
The night cometh.
You're skipping Nicole, okay. And going for Sandrone. Makes sense for the DPSs that you had on display. I do believe the rumor right now for Sandrone is that she's cryo and has a special thing for like superconduct. That's the only thing I've heard. I don't know how true it is. Again, in my chat, you're welcome to talk rumor mill and stuff like that, but we have to take everything with a grain of salt. Because look at Nefer. Nefer's kit actually got nerfed right before her release, so I don't remember which part of it did, but I do remember people complaining about it. Nahida. Alright, we can send it here. I can actually craft that. Can I craft this? Yes, I can. Cool. Sack frags. The second sack frags is done. Hey, actually got some in return. Excellent. You have all the harbingers so far? Okay, that actually tracks as well. Get all the harbingers. I still hold on to hope that we see Capitano. It's seriously doubtful, but I really wanted Capitano. I was so mad that what they did to him at the end of Natlan. Don't get me wrong, it was kind of cool how he played death, but oh, I was so sad that it was just like, no, you were so cool. Nahida, there you are. No, we want weapon. There we go. right, so that's good on Nahida. We're using Sucrose more right now, so Nahida gets to have the R1. Tomorrow is Fav Sword. Who has that Fav Sword? That's the question. It's not Furina, but Layla. Oh, it was the Fab Sword that only needed the one set. Okay. So we'll level that tomorrow. I mean, I know it was hopeful. A lot of people have been like, I've been saving since day one for Signora. And, you know, she's been dead for quite a few years. But who knows? Like, it depends on really why the Tsaretsa is actually going after the Gnosis. Because it's possible that, you know, the Gnosis might actually have something to do with that and bring them back. If that's the case, that would be kind of neat. And then everybody's happy. Ugh. So yeah, in terms of free-to-play account stuff right now, we're just leveling the weapons at this moment in time. I can't really do anything about Klee's talents until I can fight the wolf again. Yeah, I can actually go and fight a couple other bosses, but I think I really want to concentrate on making sure I have weapons leveled and probably getting a little bit more resources too. This needs to be leveled as well. What do you need? You need the chains. That was today. And craft. Okay, so we can work on that. Not gonna do that right now because I'm down to 7 mil, but gonna make sure that gets finished. And then now the swords are done for right now. This is mostly in terms of making sure characters are equipped for the Imaginarium Theater, because I have one too many characters sharing equipment, and I kind of need to stop that. That's like the biggest thing. When I was looking at both of my accounts, more specifically when I was going to do stuff on my main account, so this is now going on 2 years worth, because it was in that first year that I went, oh, something's really wrong. But that was when the spike to the abyss first happened during Fontaine. And I went about just grabbing, you know, a bunch of ley lines for a month, getting all the characters I used to level 90, and leveling their talents at the very minimum to level 8. Nowadays, I think they at least need to go to 9, if not crown on your DPS. So, in terms of fixing up your account, if you're ever concerned with how your account might be going in terms of a direction, you make sure all your characters that you use are level 90. Some characters might not need to be ascended in some cases, but at least go into their final ascension to get their last stat. But I would say level 90 them, level their talents where applicable. If they're a DPS, make sure you crown their main source of damage to get the maximum you can out of it. Make sure their weapons are leveled. It doesn't necessarily have to have a refinement. If you can refine them, like the Favonius, the Sack, for an example, or even the Battle Pass weapons, if you can refine them, do that. But don't think that a signature weapon needs the refinement. Are they OP when they have them? Hells yeah. But we also know the trap that is the weapon banner. So don't bother pulling more than one. Just grab it and go. And then artifacts would be last. And when farming artifacts, make sure you know what their primary set is, and we'll show it again. It's all right here. It's all in this screen. You just come up, you can see what the players use. I am sitting straight. Thank you for the posture check. So yeah, like, this is the screen you're going to look at. You see, basically, this is all done on user data. People primarily use Golden Troop on Fiorina, but there are certain times you will want, you know, Tenacity of the Millilith. Honestly, if I really wanted to boost my Skirk's damage a little bit more, I would put Fiorina on Tenacity and not on Golden Troop. But I do tend to use Fiorina in Skirk's team as a sub DPS more so. And in theory, I could even do that on Escoffier as well. I could throw Millilith onto her. So, and I think I'm not sure how it works because I always thought that, not gonna lie, I always thought Cinder City was just for Natland characters. I guess as long as you do the reaction, you can get the Millilith proc. Not Millilith, Cinder City proc. So there are things that you can play with, and that would take a little bit more of a research thing on online if you really wanted to try out some other builds to min-max some damage. But everything is listed right here if you are ever unsure with artifacts. You will see at the top, you'll see what most people use. You will see what most people consider their main affix for that piece, and what primarily people go for on the minor affixes. That's what you're looking for. Yeah, you might get some stinker rolls, or you can't actually control, like actually getting ER on a piece for Malvika or Skirk, and they don't actually use it. But it had the other crit, so you might as well try, right? So that's what you really need to look for if you're ever really concerned. And now that we have a test dummy, have access to a test dummy through Milliaster Wonderland, you can really gauge how well the team is functioning. Just because it feels good doesn't necessarily mean the damage is there. I.e., my Chaska team on this account, I primarily run Fiorina, Charlotte, and usually Anefa, because I can do Lunar, why not? And the DPS for that team in total is like 66 or something like that, 66k. And the baseline that I've seen, which is the lowest team I've gotten that I usually run on my main, is around 88k, and that's my Zibai team. Because I don't run Goro. He's not leveled. I run Zhongli instead. My build on Zibai isn't bad, and she cleared the abyss that was catered to her. Yes, it was catered, but she cleared it fine. Honestly, she cleared it about the same amount of ease that Arlecchino did on that side. And Arlecchino was doing higher DPS. So I would say around 80k might be where you would need for the Spiral Abyss. I could be wrong. That would definitely be a more mid-maxy person that actually does do all calculations who would be able to tell you that. But being able to just get that little bit of gauge on how your team is performing will help you in the long run trying to clear. So it's why on this account, Choskin can hit that 80k and Flynn's can hit the 80k. Klee is around 50-something k DPS, and Tainari was 55. So I'm by no means disappointed in their performance because, you know, Tainari is a standard banner character. So the fact that I'm getting DPS like that out of his team, 2 thumbs up. I'm actually really impressed by that. Klee is still a work in progress, and she has nothing crowned at this moment in time. I think she's either 999 or she's 988. Sorry, my throat is getting very dry right now. Talent. 88. Okay. So she actually still has room for improvement just on her talents alone. But also, like, if you are struggling with specifically the Spiral Abyss, forget Stygian and forget the theater. Because the theater is literally just a numbers check. It literally is a character check if you have multiple bodies. And then Stygian, you can clear hard mode, quote unquote hard mode, just fine. And that's where the primos are. So unless you really want to go for those Dust of Enlightenments and all that stuff, yeah, you'll have to have more investment. But you'll easily be able to get the primo gems. The Spiral Abyss, unfortunately, isn't that. The primo gems are locked behind that floor 12. And if you're cool with not doing floor 12, I applaud you. Because why would you want to pull your hair out for something like that? Well, unfortunately, on a free-to-play account, it's a really good source of primo gems. So I kind of want to be able to do that. Just know it's not going to happen overnight. And the Abyss, more so than they even did in Natland, is way more, how do I want to put it? Chilly is the best word I could think of. It chills the current characters on the banners way more than it had ever prior, even in Natland. The only time I ever really remember like it really catering to somebody was Malvika. And I don't know why. Like, other than it's like, yeah, she does the most DPS in the game. I'm like, I don't want to have to pull Malvika just to clear this. I don't want that. Let me do it with my Arlecchino, god dang it. Does Arlie do enough DPS? If push comes to shove, she can. But it's going to take time. Once you can identify the problems, it's going to take time. And sometimes that time might be, hey, I need to do a month's worth of ley lines to get all the money I need to level artifacts or level characters. And even then, I might need to get books to level the characters. But it will happen. Eventually, your account will be able to full star clear the Spiral Abyss. And even if, I'm going to point this out too, if you have somebody willing to help you, like that can sit down and play, I don't want to say play for you, but that's the best way to say it. When I struggle, and this counts specifically, I have a lot of skill issues. Whether that be timing on switching characters or whether it be doing proper rotation. As Forrest pointed out, even on a character I play on honestly all the time, Arlecchino, I should have gone Bennett last or close to last to get the maximum amount of his buff. So I was doing Bennett first because I was thinking Sitlali. So it should have gone do Arlie first because I don't have C2. So Arlie first, then Escoffier, then Bennett, then Sitlali, because Sitlali has to react in order to get Cinder City, and then go into Arlie. My brain wasn't thinking that. That is a giant ass Kethin. Kethin smile, Kethin smile. But yeah, Forrest will actually come on my account and actually start doing stuff. And he was actually the one that was able to 36 star the Spiral Abyss prior to the lunar stuff. I think he did maybe the first couple before I stopped touching the account. So the account itself was able to 36 star the Abyss. Me as the player had problems and couldn't do it. So there is a little bit of a fine line that it might be player issue versus the account. My main was the same way. Forrest was able to go on my main account and actually 36 star it. And then at one point in Fontaine, it increased its difficulty to the point where it was the quote unquote hardest abyss to date. And I was like, there's got to be something we can do. And that's when I did the month's worth of ley lines to level the characters I actually either never ascended or ascended and didn't bother leveling. So I needed to do that. I needed the Mora as well. And then I leveled all their talents and everything. I think the only character that was triple crowned at the time was Nubalette. He might have been the only character crowned, if not Furina. Furina's burst might have been at the time. So we went through all of that. And then I was going in to test stuff. Yeah, I wasn't actually getting any better, like actually getting the star, but I was like on the cusp of it. And going, that was faster, to the point where Forrest looked over at me because I was playing on my laptop at the time. He was just like, that was faster. Like, even he saw the improvement and was just like, do you want me to try? I said, sure. And he went in, and it wasn't immediate. It took a couple tries, but he ended up clearing it. He ended up 36 starring that Abyss on my account. And from then on, my account was able to 36 star fine. And then at the start of Natland in October, I don't remember why I went in on the Abyss. I guess maybe I was up early enough to just try it on my own, and Forrest was at work. And I ended up 36 starring the Abyss all on my own for the very first time at the start of Natland. And I've been able to do it ever since on my main account because I've been able to maintain that level that I needed. There are times that I've even underestimated, like Arlecchino, going, this is going to be super tight on what I need to do. And then I was like, oh, no, it was fine. She did the thing. And I've unfortunately haven't been really able to use Nubalette in a lot of them because he just gets blocked out of stuff. And if I get to use Hydro, usually it needs Lunar. Just saying. So it is possible. If you put in all the work, it is possible. And with that checklist that I gave in terms of most important to the last, artifacts being the last. Because the one thing you want with the artifacts, if they do in fact benefit from a set bonus, sometimes trying to force the set bonus is good. Like Sync Cho with Emblem, I had to force that set bonus on this account because he was running an attack circlet for the longest time, and I didn't realize it until it was fairly recently that I realized it too. So that happens. But seriously, level first, then the weapon, because the weapon being maxed out is a great source of quote unquote free damage. Their talents being leveled, same thing. And then you worry about main stat and then substats. And all those things will get upgraded over time, whether it be you put the extra like excess stuff into the strongbox, you just outright farm it if you want it, or you cut out the middleman and you use the sanctifying elixirs. Now, I will say with the sanctifying elixirs, if you're worried about it because there aren't too many on the map kind of situation, because you get the ones from Natlan for free. And then certain things will give them to you for free as well. But otherwise, it's just rewards from like the Imaginarium Theater. If you do VP Welkin, you actually get them from the Battle Pass. There's one other source that you can get it to, and I'm blanking on it. But if you're worried about using that resource, at that point, definitely make sure you hold on to them for builds on characters that you know you play and you enjoy playing. And that you're not getting the piece that you need. Like, there's a reason I had to craft 2 things for Flynn's on this account, and it's because I was not getting them at all. But Flynn's is the highest damage dealer I have on this account, so I need to make sure that he is built well. And what can help you actually try to, put that stuff into practice? You will constantly hear me say that I'm like writing down something on a list, either that me typing on the computer or literally having a physical notebook in front of me. There's something about having the physical notebook that helps me way more than typing on the computer. Maybe because it's an actual physical object in front of me. I don't know. But I'll be like, okay, what am I looking at like in this? I need to make sure that Klee had, X piece. Like she probably could use a better, I would say a better circlet. It is a crit rate circlet, but again, it has decent crit damage on it. I'm not going to sneeze at it. But like she probably, let's see. Crit rate, crit damage, attack, crit rate, crit damage. EM is fine. All right, that one just has the 2 crits, but it rolled well. So possibly attack. And then this one actually really good. So like if I wanted to min-max, I could go, okay, I need this. On my main account, I actually did do this. I actually wrote down like, okay, Flynn's needs this thing with possibly a little ER or possibly attack. Just to kind of bump it up a little bit. But again, that is all nitpicking. It's actually like when I just reviewed the a viewer's account just now, okay? I literally went through each piece and I was like, no, that's actually really solid. All the DPS builds are really good. And hearing that they had the supports to make the teams work, gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. And I hope that they continue down the path of doing stuff like that. Because they understand that sometimes you just need the support over the DPS. Because the DPS will rerun at some point. That support might be used on multiple teams in some way, shape, or form. Because look at Escoffier. Escoffier on an Arlecchino team literally isn't there for the healing, and it's not there for Cryo or Hydro Shred. It helps a little bit for Sitlali, for sure. But it's not there for that. It's literally there just so Arlecchino can melt. And she actually gets good DPS out of it. So, don't look down on your supports. Don't look down on your supports. Do not be afraid to do some research, whether that be watching some YouTube videos with some showcases and stuff like that. But yeah, give the support some love, and then, then think about the DPS. And if you are a low spender and you want to actually be able to invest in both, like Scopia and Skirk are running right now, if you really wanted to do that, do it responsibly. If you can afford it, go for it and have a blast. But if you can't, don't be afraid that you're missing out. The support will probably have a chance to actually have longevity. The DPS, though, yeah, Skirk is great. I love Skirk as a character, but Snezhnaya is around the corner. And there's a possibility that we're going to get a DPS even stronger than Skirk for Cryo. It's a whole lot of things to take into consideration. But whatever path you choose, have fun. You will find a way to be able to beat the content somehow, some way, and it might just take a little bit longer. But at the end of the day, still a game. And games are meant to be fun. It's not meant to pull your hair out or go into financial ruin. As much as I would love to be a whale. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to go save my voice. My voice is kicking out something fierce. I think it's ice cream time. But I hope you had fun. It was nice seeing everybody in chat. And it was fun to actually look at some of the characters, too. I do apologize for anyone who does want a quote-unquote account review. It's not something I can really do on the regular. And you would have to do it like that. For some reason, the Akasha isn't updating for me correctly. And I don't know why. But it was nice actually seeing and hearing stories about wanting advice on everything. So just keep at it. You'll get it. You'll get there. And if you ever need an ear, I'm here. I'm here to listen, try to give advice as best I can. But ultimately, if you are struggling, that was my homework to you guys. Go through that checklist and see where you can start. And if your answer is, I have nothing to level with this stuff, you have nothing, then you need to do ley lines. Ley lines would be your first stop. The only other thing I would suggest, and I understand not wanting to do this, but it does help a ton, and that's doing an artifact route. That was the thing I was doing on both my accounts when I booted up the game. I go and collect those spots to get artifact fodder. That way I can at least test some artifacts out and level them without having to farm them. But until tomorrow, everybody, take care.